I'll smile, I know what it takes to fool this town. I'll do it till the sun goes down and all through the night time. Oh yeah, oh yeah, I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Keep my sunglasses on while I shed a tear. It's never the right time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I put so you are so my yeah. I put my so you I'm invincible. Yeah, I win every single game. Powerful. I don't need batteries today. I'm so confident. Yeah, I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Break down. Only alone I will cry out now. You'll never see what's hiding now. Hiding out deep down. Yeah, yeah. I know I've heard that to let your feelings show is the only way to make friendships grow. But I'm too afraid now. Yeah, yeah. I put my arms so you are so my yeah. I put my arms so you there. I'm invincible. Yeah, I win every single game. Powerful. I don't need batteries. I'm so confident. Yeah, I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable. So you are strong, I am. I put my arm, I saw you there. With no breaks, I'm invincible. Yeah, I win every single game. Powerful, batteries today. I'm so confident. Yeah, I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable. I'm invincible. Yeah, I win every single game. Powerful. Battery. Yeah, I'm unstoppable.
Nobody when we stop that time. So because I want missing money, they find me. Yeah. Money they find me. Yeah. Money they find me, yeah. Money they find me, yeah. Money they call 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 me, yeah. I will give you what you wanting. Baby, come and get my money. Baby, back to the dancing. Baby, this is no be joke thing. Some God give you what you wanting. All these niggas wanna beat you. To the dancing. Baby, this is no be joke thing. So I say, no man say no man can take my joy away. I just wanna get more money and live my life my way. Free smoke, free energy, more life to my enemies. They won't take away the energy. They can't take away the energy. I know go lie, this kind of life will make you crazy. Kind of life will make you lose your mind. Yeah. And baby girl, I know go lie, I like the way you ready anytime I call on you. Yeah. Pull up in the white one. Pull up in the white one. You don't see me leave cause I left in the black one. Me, I know they fight one. Yeah, we do it out. We talk up on the table. Tell them with the light one. Tell them with the light one. Yeah. So I say, no man say no man can take my joy away. Yeah. I just wanna get more money and live my life my way. Free smoke, free energy, more life to my enemies. They won't take away the energy. They can't take away the energy. Free smoke, free energy, more life to my enemies. Give me $1 billion, like you give a Lulu bricks, like you give a Elumelu graphics. God, you know I be your picking. Me, I know say I know perfect, but make you no let it poverty come be my own punishment. Make you bless me for my mama, make you bless me for my papa. Lord, you know the street is not so funny, yo. Baba is in me. Baba is in me. Only you fit reason me. Only you fit do one for me. Baba is in me. Baba is in me. Only you fit reason me. Only you fit do one for me. Oluwa dey beg, open my way for me, open my way. Oluwa dey beg, open my way for me, open my way. Give me $1 billion, like you give $10, like you give $10. Give me $1 billion, like you give Lulu bricks, like you give Elumelu. Don't be only to look rich for Instagram, make us still get the money for real life. For us, I probably need money to pay bills, oh. That one be the coco. Hey, oh, no, hey, no be you. Let me say no go blow, nah, don't blow. Hey, who no go no, who no go no. So I say, Baba is in me, Baba is in me. Only you fit is in me, only you fit do one for me. Baba is in me. Baba is in me. Only you fit is in me. Only you fit do one for me. Oluwa dey beg, open my way for me. Open my way. Oluwa dey beg, open my song. Oh. My brother, God can bless anybody. Make you no look down on anybody. As you see me so, no be by power, oh, no be by sense, oh. Nobody special pass. My sister, God can bless anybody. Make you no look down on anybody. As you see me so, no be by power, oh, no be by sense, oh. Nobody special pass. She be a God will bless my higher. Some God nine lift me higher. Nobody could just say, could go blow me higher. We know you tire. And you walk with it too and bring me rubber. Tell me so many no, but I know they ginger me, oh. And I know they give up, yo. Oh God, if nobody encourage you, encourage yourself. Oh. That's why I said kerosene. Even second command, you know. So many they underrate. A little marry elevate. But shame all of them when they hate. My brother God can be, but make it as you see me so. No be by power, oh. No be by sense, oh. Nobody special pass. Sister God can bless anybody. Make you no look down on anybody. As you see me so, no be by power, oh, no be by sense, oh. Nobody special pass. Special pass, oh. See, rain no fit fall for one person roof. Oh, yeah, make I show you the proof. I go back up to me a day. They let them out of pick in my car. I see for the streets. I don't see them say I don't take defeat. I don't see them say I don't take defeat. I don't forget when I beg for something to eat. Now I'm living large. So let me go to the garage. And it's a boy with the plan. They don't say I depend for the show. Now I don't blow. One for the money, two for the dough, three for the shorty. Now I don't blow. One for the money, two for the dough, three for the shorty. Now I don't blow. One for the money. She told my love that love. She talks out the book. She want to know the cook. But I want to give you some love. She talks out the book. She still want to know the cook. Yeah. If money not there, now wait till she get. She tell me say she got run away. She got run very bad away. Yeah. As the rubber not there, the baby got the bed. See the baby don't come again. You don't forget back in the days. I've been the beg you to try. Reason with me. If I don't get today, I go get them tomorrow. I be you one make a die. It's not easy for me. If I don't get today, I go get them tomorrow. Say one for the money, two for the dough, three for the shorty. Now I don't blow. One for the money, two for the dough, three for the shorty. Now I don't blow. Money where we got yo, you know. Yippee, star boy. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Is the AC too cold? It's okay, Abby. All right. Okay, so we're about to start. Okay, if you're outside, please kindly come inside because we're about to kick start. Okay, so let me just make an announcement. So if you want to use the restroom, right, and you're pressed, you can use my right hand, the last door by my right. That's the convenience. So if you're pressed, you can just use yourself there. And then if you want to take pictures, the backdrop is outside on my left hand side. If you want to take pictures, yes, so that's it. So with that, we are about to start officially. So as our protocol is, we're going to start the national anthem. So Somebody say which one? We wish to ask which of the national, is it the old one or the new one or the old new one? You know, we have old new one. So which one do we know? The oldest. Okay, I like that one. Oldest one. The new old one. This argument has been like forever. When it's time for national anthem, people be like, so which one should we even use? Meanwhile, let me just say this thing now. If you are here and you have connected with somebody already, raise up your hand. Not your friend though. You have connected with somebody new. Raise your hand. I am so only one person. Like some in this event that I have not met before. Let me explain it to you. You came to this event since, like, let's say 30 minutes, 1 hour time, and you have met someone here that you have not met before. This is your first time of meeting the person, and you know the person's name. How will you meet people without knowing the people's name? Are you only one, two, three, four? You have not known each other before now. Okay, that means, but the hands are very few. So, national anthem. Are you ready? Are we ready? But we need an echo that we can be using. This event is brought to you by AWS User Group, SDN, Spital Labs, and Mind the Gap. I'm giving you, what will I even call this? I'm giving you expo. Everything I'm saying now, don't forget it. Because I'm going to be asking you questions, and I have a lot of gifts. So, if you answer my question, and I like your wig or your hair, I will give you my gifts. So, that's it. Okay, so, ready? Okay, so can we be upstanding as we take the national anthem?
Shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. It's our battle, and this we count as gain. To hand to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Amen. Nigeria may be blessed. I mean, we'll be blessed. If you are like me, that you don't want to put your hand, so you don't even bother singing, raise your hand. Exactly. All right. So I was asking if we met somebody in this event before now, and I only saw 5 hands. Please, it's a networking event. There's one thing about events, especially when it has to be tech events. The networking part is very, very important for you as a business or you as a career person. It will really help you. All right, so moving on to today's event. Officially, you're welcome to Empowering Women in AI, Discovering Generative AI from an AWS standpoint of view. That's the theme of this event. If you knew about the team before, now raise up your hand. I'm not surprised. Only few people are waving. Meanwhile, it's in front of you in the backdrop.
Is it because it's too long? The name is too long, but that's the event. So we're going to be talking about AWS from a generative. We're going to talk about generative AI from AWS standpoint of view. So it's going to be a lot of conversations, right? We're going to have a session that will really, in fact, if you didn't come with your writing materials, you're doing yourself a great harm, because the going to be a lot of value that's going to be shared in this room. All right? Everybody, somebody tell your neighbor that you're here to learn. Tell the person, I'm here to connect. So you're going to connect, you're going to meet your potential, maybe business partner here. So be active and tell your neighbor, I'm here to win something. Please, there's a lot of prizes to be won, so don't go back empty-handed. Please. Okay, so moving on. And another thing is, we have tea break. Oh, are you aware? AWS events. We have what? And we have lunch. So there's a lot of goodies. This is not just any kind of tech event. There's a lot of goodies. How many of us have gotten our AWS swags already? Swags. That's those stickers, kind of. So that's just one of the numerous things. And we're going to be giving out AWS vouchers. Vouchers. Some people will get $10. Some people will get $15. See, if I were you, if your neighbor, if I were you, I wish I was maybe one of the participants. I'm telling you, I would have collected all the vouchers, only me, and take it home. Like, nobody can chance me. I'll be very active. In fact, before they will say, do you know I've read off my hand? You must win. All right, so we're going. Well, and the person that is going to be taking us on the welcome address is no other person but the Deputy Manager, Programs, Stakeholders Democratic Network, Ifoma Ndukwe, then duly represented by Mr. Promise Jobu. Please, a round of applause. How you clap? Hey! Yes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, distinguished guests, partners, and friends. My name is Promise Jombul, and I represent the Stakeholder Democracy Network. It's an honor to be here. This very important event today. Unfortunately, or not unfortunately, my deputy program manager, who also have been giving this opening remark, is not here. She'll be here. She's not here now. This event has come timely because it aligns a lot with the SDN's mission to reduce digital gender gaps in the Niger Delta. And that is why we are supporting it, and that is why we're here very represented. I want to encourage everyone here to connect, just like the compare has said, connect, make friends, and then learn, because the digital world as we have it now, it's like a gold mine. It's where everyone can tap in to benefit, to be productive, both for your businesses and both for those who are, looking for a job or an opportunity. So this is a very timely event, and it's not by mistake that you're here. You're here for a reason. So I want you to make the best of it, and I'm wishing you all a very wonderful time and great discussion. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Promise Jumbo. Please a round of applause for him. That's virtual healing. That's what you're supposed to be doing. But then we are now doing it virtually for you. Okay, so moving on. Meanwhile, let me drop this first. If you know that I don't know the next person by your side, the person's name, at least to start with, you better ask the person, what is your name? Very quickly. By your left and by your right hand, ask the person's name first. Because I will ask you. Okay, so I want to know people that I want to be able to identify people who, when you ask them to do something, they go ahead to do even more. So it's okay. Oh, your time is up. Now, question time. My blood they hot. That's the response to your That's the response to your Question time. So I'm going to give this mic to anybody that I like the person's glass or wig or anything. When I give you the mic, let me give the mic first, before I'll tell you what I want to do. You're so pretty, that's what I'm giving you. So now, what I want you to do for me is very simple. You just have only one person by your right hand, I'll be left hand. That's your neighbor. So you tell me the person's name. Tell me what the person do. Exactly. And tell me one thing you like about that person. Chicken. This is not the time to be asking the person, though. You
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Yes. Good
My
morning.
neighbor's name is Amarachi, and she's a data analyst.
Did you just get that data analyst now?
No.
Before now? Okay, data analyst. So what's one thing you like about her?
Her smile.
Oh. Okay, thank you. So next on my now you have two people by your right and by your left hand. So you tell me their name and what they do and what you like about them. You have 3 seconds.
Wow.
1, 2, 3.
So by my left, I have Lillian. She's a designer, graphic designer. And by my right, I have BC. She's a digital marketer.
Nice one, nice one.
Yeah.
Okay. That's how we do it. I'm so sorry. Stop shouting, I'm offing you. Okay. Lillian and BC. Yes, I've known. And then Amarachi. That's how I know everybody's name. And meanwhile, you that is listening, take note. Oh, this person is a digital marketer. Oh, that means I'll connect with her. She'll help me in promoting my business. So you should take note. That's how you network. So that's the essence of this networking session. So if your hands are not too busy, we're going to be calling the next person that is going to take us on the next session, setting the stage. Introduction to generative AI. How many of you are wondering what generative AI is? Raise your hand. I like people that are unapologetically, what's the word now? They don't need to look at your face. They want to learn. And they are not ashamed to say that they don't know. Because it's not like forming too sure, then if you dare, you will not still know. You will not still know. You don't be doing packaging. So if you don't know what generative AI is, raise your hand, even if it's your two hand and your leg, raise it. I don't know. Teach me. Exactly. So we're going to be learning Introduction to Generative AI, its potentials and potent, a 360 outlook. And the person that is going to be taking us here for this session is the manager, Ken Serowiwa Tech Hub, and a software engineer. The manager of Ken. How many of us know Ken Serowiwa Tech Hub? The manager. And then he's also a software engineer. Tell your neighbor, I'm here to learn. Oh. Nobody should distract you. When they are making their noise, don't join them. Yes, so please, a round of applause. Let's welcome Dov Caleb. Woo! There's our speaker now. We keep clapping till he gets here. I love this energy. I love this energy. This side is winning. This side is winning.
So, good morning, everyone. It's good to be here, and it's good to see all our faces. Okay. So while I wait for my slides to come up, we'll just do a little bit of interaction. Um, how many of you have heard of? I know she asked. How many of you have heard of the word generative AI? How many of you? Be careful when you raise up your hand, though. I say if you have heard, you have heard. How many of you have heard? See, the hands have reduced. You have heard. You have heard. Okay, you have heard, right? You have heard. She said she's still hearing. Okay, so what have you heard about generative AI? What have you heard? Sorry? Says an AI that generates what? Prompts. I'm gonna give you the mic. So, sorry, you said you had heard of generative AI. Absolutely. English is comprehension is the key, right? Okay, good. So who knows? Who have heard and who knows? You have. You have an idea. Okay, so what do you know? What do you know about? What do you know? If I give you the question, it gives me an answer. You know, you have left the question. Like, I was asking you about GRA, but you have gotten to Job. Yes, I don't know. And I'm not interested in carrying everybody here to deal. You have heard now. What do you know about generative AI? Artificial intelligence. Okay, let me hear. So imagine if you told this into somebody that is just passing by on this road. If the person was coming here to learn, you just had this conversation and you told the person that it's something that you give it and you give you feedback and it's layman English. Okay. So why I'm asking these questions is I need informed and uninformed people here, right? So that when I start making my presentation, right, we're going to be having this conversation. I'll not come and whine you. Produce this text. Is that not your browser that I'm seeing on your phone? See now, see, she just held the phone like this. She read it and she was giving me the feedback. No, sorry. That's also AI. Garbage in, garbage out. I choose not to believe. Like you have gone beyond. Anyway, please. There's something you know. Okay, so let me ask this question. What is it? What is it that you don't know about AI? Everything. Sorry now, go ahead, go ahead. If it is now. It is. But here we are going to talk about we are going to talk about so that's what it is actually. So I'm just waiting for my slides to come up so that we can have this conversation in a better way. Okay, so let me ask a question. I'll just pick a random person and I'll ask that question. You know, when you do this kind of thing, now some persons they're looking up, they'll keep their head down. Sorry, my you. No, the one behind you. You. The one with brown braids. Is that braids? Dreads. So what's AI? That's the that's the I don't know. That's the full meaning of the abbreviation AI. What is AI? like a program we can use. You want Are you serious? There is like 14th generation now.
So what I'm trying to say is that AI means artificial intelligence. There are softwares or generations of computers that will be able to think, draw conclusions, and do things like human. Why they are called artificial intelligence? Because they will always need humans for them to function. So that's just it. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. So what I'm going to do here, what I'm here to do is I'm here to unveil, I'm here to make some things clear to you, right? I'm here to make some things clear to you, and going forward, how you can, start leveraging um, generative AI. So today's topic says introduction to generative AI, its potential and what potent, right? So there's no how we can talk about generative AI without talking about what AI, right? So if I need to tell you what AI is, I'll need to tell you a streamline of things, right? How where AI started, the brief history of what AI, and AI is actually a system. But first of all, AI is a discipline of computer science. Did you hear me? AI is a what? Just like when you have chemistry is a what? Discipline of what? Of science. That's how AI is. Can you hear me? So just give me a second. So the idea of AI is simply that we want to create computers that are what intelligent as what humans. That's the idea of AI. We want to build what machines, right? That are what as intelligent as what as humans, or they what surpass the intelligence of humans. That's the point. The whole point of AI is that we want to create systems that what they will think more than what the humans, right? Yes, that's the basic idea of what AI is. And before I talk about generative AI, which is actually a subset of the whole AI history, is first of all, AI started in 1942. Development of AI started in 1942, all through 1950s. So I know in Nigeria here or in Africa, we're just hearing about AI, right? As recent, or let's say 2 years ago, 3 years ago, right? But most of these things, the way it happens is the research has started like way back, right? The people in the developed countries, right, come up with the product or the research, right, and they make up systems, and then they push. When the system starts working, we get to know about it. Isn't also right now there are things that are going on that we don't know, right? Researches are going on that we don't know, but over time we'll get to know about them. So artificial intelligence is a system that where it's built to do what? Think like humans and what? Or surpass what? Human what? Intelligence. And also, as I said, before I talk about generative AI, I can't talk about generative AI without talking about AI, without talking about machine learning, without talking about what? Deep learning, because they are all what? Subsets that will take us to what? Generative AI. So machine learning is simply a subfield of AI or a subfield of artificial intelligence that enables machines to learn from what? Existing data. Can you hear me? Is what? A subfield of what? AI that does what? Enables what? Machines to learn from what? Existing what? Data. So the idea is you train a model using data, right? And pass new data to that what? Model and allow it to what? What? To do what? You train the model with data, right? And you pass in new data so that to do what? Listen again. Machine learning means you are building a machine that does what? That learns from what? Yes, data, right? Or we say that you are training what? A model using what? Data, right? But while you are training this data, you are training it so that when you pass new data, what should happen? You should do what? You should process it and do what? Either tell you that this identify the new data. Is it not so? Either I've been training a model with cat, different kinds of cats, right? Different species of cats, right? And I'm passing a new cat image to that model, right? And I'm expecting it to tell me that this is a what? A cat, or this is a cat of a particular what? Species, right? So that's what machine learning is basically about. Then we move down to another subset of machine learning, which is called deep learning. Actually, deep learning is a subset of machine learning, but it uses what they call neural networks. Most of you must have been hearing neural networks from Elon Musk now. Monkey wants to start thinking like human. All those, you wear things on your head, all those kind of English. Yeah, basically, neural network is basically modeled like our brain, right? Our brains are wired with what? Neurons and what? Neurons, basically. So they took the concept of how the brain works to what? Deep learning, right? So deep learning is, I'm saying this because I'm going to ask you a question. So deep learning basically means that we are building a what? Layers of what? Neural networks that work like what? That have neural links and nodes, right? Their own concept is basically do what? Process data, right? And help us come up with final results. So I'll say that machine learning technique is a technique in which layers of neural networks are used to process data and to make what? Decisions. So if I go further under deep learning, we have generative AI as a subset of deep learning. And as you hear the word generative means to do what? To create new, right? You're either creating new text, new images, new animations, videos, right? Just the concept of generative AI is you are making what? Creating new content, giving what? Giving prompts or what? Existing what? Data. Okay. I don't know if I should go ahead with, okay, plenty English. So let me just say this thing. So machine learning actually, before I go down to generative AI again, as I said, machine learning is divided into two. One is called supervised machine learning, and the other one is called unsupervised machine learning. Some of you must have read these things. Yeah? And supervised machine learning is that kind of machine learning that you are giving that data, you are giving that model, right? What they call what? What they call, you are training from what they call unlabeled data. Unlabeled data are data that don't have labels. They don't have names, they don't have tags, they don't have numbers, right? You are training a model based on what? That category of what? Data. While supervised machine learning means that you are, unsupervised means that you are training from what? Unlabeled data. Supervised means you are training from pre-categorized or labeled data. So labeled data means that there are data that have names, that have what? Numbers, that have tags assigned to them. Okay, so quickly, I'll just go quickly to, I've mentioned machine learning, I've mentioned learning. All these learning all have what they call models, right? And we're going to talk about what models are. All have what they call what? Models, right? And Generally, they all have two models that go between them. One is what they call the discriminative model, and the other one is what they call the generative what? Model. So as you know from the word discriminative, what does it tell you? It discriminates, Abby. It is biased. So discriminative models are basically used to predict and classify data, right? You use it to what? She said use it to discriminate. So this model, discriminative models are used to classify or predict labels for what? Data points. They are typically trained on a data set of labeled data points, and they learn the relationship between the features of the data points and the labels. So that's what they call discriminative. But our end goal is we are going to talk about generative models. Generative models are models that generate new data coming from what? Existing what? Data. So these existing data are data that the model has been trained on, right? Did you hear me? I said generative model is a particular model that is used to generate new data from what? Existing data, right? But this new data is producing not necessarily has to be one of the what? Old data that model was trained on, right? It could come up as could generate new ones after looking at the patterns or looking at studying certain patterns and rules of the previous data that was used to what? Train the what? The model. So we said that generative model is a model that generates new content, basically, while discriminative model is a model that is used to differentiate between kinds of data instances. So let me put it this way. If I want to know what particular model I'm dealing with, if I pass the data to it, one of the model is going to be grouping the data. So let's say I have two categories of data. One model is going to be saying everything here is a dog. It doesn't matter if the species of the dog. Are you getting me? It just gives it, the output is a label. That's the discriminate. It just categorizes those models and say, oh, everything here, what I'm seeing a pattern, right? And this thing has to be a dog. This thing has to be a what? A cat. While the one for generative model, it studies the data, and you know what it does? It generates a new. So let's say I've trained my model with series of what? Data, right? And I pass in, let's say, dogs, images of what? Dogs. When I pass it through a generative model, do you know what comes out? A new image of a dog. You get the point? So the logic here is generative model gives you what? What output does it give you? A new content. While what? Discriminative model gives you what? A label, yeah, classify label. So it says, oh, what you are telling me is I should check if this data is a what? A dog or is a cat or what? So depending on what you are doing, then you know which model to apply. So this brings me to generative AI. Yeah, please just go. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, good. Yes. Okay. So they just draw my attention that I should talk about this. So supervised learning, as I said, is what? This is under what? Machine learning, right? Machine learning. I told you machine learning has what? Supervised learning and what? Unsupervised. And for supervised learning, you have to what? The data there are labeled data. Are you getting me? The labeled data when they say labeled data, that means that data has what? Tags like the name, the type, and what? Or number, right? So under these labels, you can classify the data. As I told you now, that if you pass in data to, if you train the model, right, and you pass a data, the output is a what? A label. It's going to tell you this is a dog, this is a what? A cat, right? Pass it. So it's either under supervised learning, you're either doing classification using categorical label, or you're doing what? Numerical what? Regression using numerical labels. So either case, you're talking about supervised learning because the output has to be a label. let me just buttress this in again. Discriminative model does what? Classifies. Are you hearing me? Groups classify. While generative model does what? Generates. Yes. Generates. So if you look at the screen there, you see an example of a supervised model, machine learning model, uh, where labeled data like apple, carrots, tomatoes were passed to the model, way to train the model, and predictions were made. But these predictions cannot really work until you pass in what? A test data that tells, the test data there says, oh, carrots, tomatoes, and what we have there. So with this test data, the prediction, the label will come out if they are what? Carrots, bell pepper, or what? Tomatoes. Please, next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide. Unsupervised. So as I said, the difference between both of them is one does grouping, one does not do what? Grouping. One gives you label and one gives you what? Classification. One gives you label and grouping, or we say classify. The other one gives you a new output. Yes, deep learning. Yes. As I said, deep learning, as I talked about it before, is a subset of what? Machine learning that deals with what? Artificial what? Neural network. And I told you that artificial neural network is modeled behind what? The human brain. So what happens behind deep learning is we have complex networks of what? Of what? Neural networks, right? That handle what? Complex what? Analysis or what? Complex what? Which helps when these complex analyses are going on, what it helps the data to do, the model to do is to learn. Are you getting me? So that the model can output something independent of what? A human being. Are you getting me? Just like how your brain works, right? Connections are made in your brain, right? And thoughts come out, right? Almost the same processes go on here with the artificial neural network. So just get the point that deep learning uses what? Artificial neural networks, which allows them to what? Process more complex what? Patterns than what? Machine learning. So I think we'll both agree that deep learning is a step, right? Though it's a subset, right? But enables us to do what? More complex what? To study more complex patterns. Please, next slide. Yes, I've been here. Next slide. Yep. Yes. So you when you talk about AI, you hear things like algorithm, you hear things like what? Model, right? You have heard me say model, right? So what's an algorithm? Algorithm is a set of what? Well-defined instructions or what? Procedures that are what? That are used to run on or to what? Perform specific tasks. Basically, that's what an algorithm is. So whatever you hear algorithm, whether it's AI, whether it's in your coding, whether it's in data analytics, algorithm is just a what? A set of what? Well-defined instruction or procedures. And a model is simply a simplified representation of a system or phenomenon. A model is what you get when you run what? Algorithm over your what? Data. Are you hearing me? Algorithm is what? Model is what you get when you do what? Run your algorithm over your what? Training data. And what you use to make predictions on new data. Okay, so let's go into generative AI. We'll have it. Generative AI, also known as Gen AI for short, is a type of AI that we use to what? Generate what? New content. Please, next slide. It used to what? Generate what? New content, ideas, stories, images, as the case may be. So, the context of this meeting or this presentation is based on what? Generative AI. So, generative AI is a subset of what? Deep learning. So, get it again. AI is a discipline, right? A set of a system that does what? That is trying to behave like what? Humans, like think like what? Intelligent as humans, right? Machine learning is a what? Subset of what? AI. Deep learning is a subset of what? Machine learning. And Generative AI is a subset of what? Deep learning, which means that it uses what? Artificial neural networks to process both labels and unlabeled data. And it also performs supervised and unsupervised and semi-supervised learning methods. Okay, so let me ask this question. Who will I ask this question? Please, you. Yes. Please, next slide, please. I need the next slide, please. Let me ask you this question. So look at what we have. How long will it take you to learn everything on the internet? Eh? Forever.
Very long.
Very long.
It's almost impossible.
Okay, so if you say you want to learn everything on the internet because that's what AI is, the data you are feeding the AI is coming from where? From, yeah, right, generated content that we all know, or specified, or whatever that data is. So my question is, if you were to learn everything on the internet, what would you do? What and what will it take you to learn everything on the internet? Just tell me what and what will you need to learn everything on the internet? Keep AI aside. You, leave AI. AI was not here. AI left the room. What would you need?
Data, text, visuals, like pictures.
Okay, maybe I'm not asking this question. I said, how long will it take you? Let's say you want to learn everything on the internet. What and what should you be considering? Won't you consider time? Right?
Yes.
One, right? What else will you consider? Storage. Will you be able to carry all the?
It's impossible.
It's impossible.
For me to learn everything on the internet. You said me.
Okay, so what you need is the three basic things you need is structure. You need structure, you need storage, and you need what? Time. So let's say it takes. Let me give you another scenario. Let's say it takes use 52 seconds to read, because an average document on the web, they said that the average reading time for a document on the web is 52 seconds. And we have over 7.2 billion pages on the internet. So if it takes you 52 seconds to read one page, and we have over 7-point-something billion pages, how long will it take you to consume? No. So the point I'm trying to make is, you start thinking and start calculating, right? It is basically your lifetime will pass. Your generation lifetime will what? Pass. And what I'm trying to tell you is that with AI, right? With some, we call them foundational models, you can learn what? You can get this data, study this data in no time. Let's say in a span of months, you can consume this data. Is it not so? So does it not mean that AI is good for us? It's good, Ravi? Okay, so let's agree on that. So a model can take few months to get this data, to roll up this data, yeah, so that, or to study, you can absorb this data in few months. But for humans, I bet it is impossible in your lifetime for now. So basically, how generative AI, please, next slide, how generative AI works is, it works using what? Models. And we have two categories of models under generative AI. We have foundational models and we have LLM, which is what? Large language model. So I said, what I'm talking about now is how generative AI works. And how it works is, it works using what? Models. So like artificial intelligence, generative AI works by using what? Machine learning models, which are very large what? Models. Are you hearing me? Very what? Large models. And we have two categories of models. We have foundational models and we have large language models, which we all know. I know some of you must have come across it. They call it LLMs. LLMs, yeah. So what are large language models? Or what are okay. So what are large language models? Large language models is the class of foundational model, right? So if you see things like ChatGPT, right, is using what? A large language what? Model. Okay, so who knows what GPT means? Generative what? Generative pre-trained what? Transformer. That's what it means. Generative what? Pre-trained what? Transformer. Generative means it generates what? New response, right? New data. Pre-trained means it uses what? Billions of what? Data to do what? It studies billions of data to what? Make what? To respond to you. And transformer is what? A machine learning model that determines the what? Possible outcome the next year for your text. So I have 5 minutes. So we have types of generative models. I'll just quickly go to what the potentials of generative model. Generative AI. Okay, so I'm asked to continue. Okay, so most of you know how ChatGPT works, right? You go to you go to ChatGPT interface, and what do? You type in, you prompt, right? The data there's called what? Prompt, right? That's an example of what you can do with ChatGPT. I know a lot of people use it that currently they don't even know how to think for themselves. I can assure you. A lot of people, in short, anything, ChatGPT, everything. I want to send a text message in the morning. ChatGPT, create this. Is it not so? How many of you are victims? Not victims. How many of you are users? Users. Wait. You don't use ChatGPT. You use it. May I use it too? So I'm going to talk about, so please listen. So ChatGPT is built behind what? A model called what? Large what? Language what? Model. Types of generative AI. So when we talk about generative AI, I must tell you that we must talk about what? The models. Or please, next slide. We must talk about the models that you use to generate the models for generative AI. And I said we have 4 kinds of models for generative AI. We have diffusion models, we have transformer-based models, we have birational auto-encoders. Please, next slide. Birational auto-encoders. Please, just go to the next slide, please. Yes. So we have diffusion models. People are saying remove it as if I'm the one that should remove it. Anyway, we have diffusion models. We have transformer-based what? Models, which is an example of transformer-based model is the LLM we talked about, right? And we have birational auto-encoders. And we have generative adversary what? Network, also known as GAN. Please, next slide. So what is what? Your question. I'll ask you a question. Just keep question. I'm coming now. So potentials of generative AI. Please, next slide. What can you use generative AI to do? So I'll first of all start with our businesses. Is it not so? Because a lot of us here are into business or we are hoping to start one. So generative AI has the potential to create significant what? Business what? Value. How? By creating what? New experiences, right? For your customers or for your business. Yeah. Giving you insights. Also, it also what? Improves what? Productivity. I can assure you that the time it takes to do some things some years ago has been streamlined. True, of course. In short, you can go to ChatGPT and tell it, Give me a presentation, sharp. And you should just write slide 1, slide 2. Is it not so? And you just copy it. And in no time, what does it say? It says what? Man hour. Is it not so? What should have used 5 hours to do? You are simply using what? Few minutes to what? Tackle it. So it also does what? Extract insight and also what? Creativity. It expands your creativity. For those of you that know how to use it very well. It also what? Benefit. One of the benefits is also for research. Please, next slide. It's also for what? Research. So in different areas today, generative AI has been employed. Medicine, automobile, music industry. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? So how have you employed generative AI?
Our projects, we are using it currently to get insight on our projects.
Insight. Okay, so let me say something. Is it not possible that generative AI can help you detect threats as a cybersecurity person?
Yes, it can. We use it.
You use it.
When we get an information testing, like penetration testing, we get information gathering about a particular site. Then we go to AI to ask them to help us to check for the vulnerabilities in this website. So that's how we use AI.
Okay, so also it has the potential of what? For, as I said, for research, generative AI with research can help create what? Groundbreaking what? Innovations and what? Solutions. So generative AI also enhance human learning. True of us. I believe the way some people learn now, they don't even go online anymore. They just do what? Ask. Is it not so? They prompt. I'm telling you, that's what we do. Before you go to Google to search, is it not so? And you try as much as possible to sieve across multiple data, right? But now, don't you think it doesn't make you think? It makes you lazy. So I will not say that generative AI makes you lazy. I will not say that. So it depends on how you use it. So I expect you to use generative AI alongside with the idea, right? So you are looking for insight on something, right? You ask, and it gives you insight. You think about it, right? And not copy everything, obviously. So because anyway, we'll talk about it. So potentials of generative AI. We have generative AI in the creative industry, where you can use it to what? Create new art, make music, and what? Content writing, right? For those of you that are into digital marketing. We also have healthcare, right? Medical imaging, personalized medicine, and what? Disease modeling. For education, we use generative AI for what? AI powered tutors, and for what? Automated what? Grading. So you can just tell AI, look at this list of data. If this person's score this, right? Grade them what? Is it not so? And all these things go on. We also employ it in what? Our businesses and what? Finance. For content generation, market automation, and what? Risk analysis. And for environmental what? Sustainability. Please, next slide. Let me leave this place. So I can't leave here without talking about applications of what? Generative AI, particularly when it comes to what? AWS. Please, next slide. Yes. So how is AWS currently using generative AI? One of the ways is what? On their what? Amazon what? Website. So what? For what? Customer what? Reviews. They also use it on what? Rufus is an application, and is an expert what? Shopping what? Assistant. We also use it on Amazon for Amazon Pharmacy to do what? Faster prescription of what? Drugs. Right? So I can tell you that AWS or Amazon, as the case may be, are currently what? Employing what? Generative AI in their what? In their day-to-day business, or in the AWS ecosystem. So please, next slide, so that I can quickly leave. Generative AI stacks. Next slide. So these are some of the things you find if you venture into generative AI on AWS. Yes, applications that leverage large language what models and what foundational models. Right? We have Amazon Q quick site. We have Amazon Q in Connect and Amazon what Code Whisper and other tools that you can use to build large language models and foundational models, which is very important if you want to go into generative AI and employing it on what AWS. So, please, pitfalls, please. What are the pitfalls with generative AI? So AI generally is nice, right? But it has its own words, pitfalls. Please, next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide. Pitfalls and limitations. What are the limitations that come with what? AI. Limited what? Knowledge. The knowledge data is training upon is what? The data that has been given to it. Is it not so? Apart from the fact that we know that it is generating more data, is it not so? But it is still what? Limited. Also, have you ever asked a question on ChatGPT and you got a wrong answer? So what does it tell you? It tells you that you should. It tells you that you should do what? It's reliable, but you should what? No. Not necessarily. Even when you put in the correct what prompt, right? Because this it is artificial, for God's sake. So there's what they call, it can give you bad response. Generative AI can do what they call hallucinate. That gives you what? A wrong what? Response. So the point is, when it gives you a wrong response, you should be able to use to know that it's wrong, right? You try again, right? Obviously. I'm just telling you that artificial intelligence or generative AI is not what? Foolproof, right? Not everything comes out there is what? Foolproof. Yeah. So we have it is reliable. So you can add percentages to the reliability. You know, so you can say it is a certain percentage of what? Reliable, right? So another thing we can say is job displacement. Are people going to lose their jobs? So we can't say for sure that while some persons will lose their jobs are also what? Being created. That's one thing you should know. Yes. While people are losing their jobs because generative AI can do their tasks. Other jobs are what? Coming up. So we can't say for sure that there's what? There's job displacement, but then there's also job what? Creation. So we can't generally throw it on the floor. Also, generative AI can be biased. Have you noticed that when you search, you see more of a certain race? True of us. So we say it is what? A bit biased. Based on what? The amount of data, the category of data that's what model was trained on. So we say there is bias and what? Fairness. There's also data privacy and what? Security concern. And there's what? Intellectual property what? Concern. Do you know what that means? It means that when you search something on AI, like when you use one of these platforms, right? And you search, the content you are getting, are they really new content? So it means that when you get the content, right, you should what? Study it. Is it not so? You should tweak it. Is it not so? So you don't get to steal some other person's what? Property, right? And obviously, when they land you, you pay heavily. So ethical concerns. Please, next. Ethical concerns. We have copyright issues. We have low wages for people that they were employed to work with ChatGPT. People that were training them, yes, ethical concern. They were saying, why can't you pay these people more money, right? If they're the ones training these models, right? Why not pay them high amount of money? And from what I saw online, one blog, they said OpenAI used Kenyan workers on less than $2 per hour to make ChatGPT less toxic. So that's also a concern. They pay when it comes to using human beings to train this data. We also have responsible AI development. So going forward, They are saying that when you develop AI or generative AI, as the case may be, you should make it what? Responsive, right? In a sense that it shouldn't give us any kind of data, right? What if it's a child that is what? Using it? They are actually safety concerns. So these are all ethical concerns. And what is the future? The future of generative AI simply says that there will be increased adoption of AI in different industries. True of us. Yes, there will be increased adoption, and we're also going into what they call multimodal. People they are building multimodal modalities. Multiple models are going to be created. Regulations are going to be laid on, right, so that we know how we use what this generative AI. And I think I'll need to end here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I have questions. 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 How would you use? Sorry, please call her. You. No, person behind you. Yes. How would you use generative AI in your day-to-day life? Yes. You were shocked that I called you. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So we should ask the question here, child. Ah, thank you. Okay. Okay.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. Good morning, all. So let's make it a lot more interesting, right? So he has how many questions do you have? Two. Two. So there's a couple of questions that he has to ask the audience, right? So what is expected of you of him is to say, so these two questions, because we have vouchers, almost $500 worth of vouchers to go away with today. All of it, all of it, all of it, all of it, all of it to go home today. It's different people. So it doesn't matter. One person can take all of them, or or we share it. Okay, so this is part of it. He's going to ask a couple questions, but it's for him to say, this is how much the winner goes home with. So there are $50, $25, and $10 vouchers. Yeah. So you will determine how much is it that you're pricing your question. The two questions. There's $50, there's $25, and there's $10 worth of vouchers. So first one is
$10.
okay. Second one is
$55.
okay. So there are two questions. First one is $10. Second one is $5. So just prepare yourself, and you answer the one you think you want. Thank you.
So quick question. So a lot of us here use ChatGPT. True of us. Okay. So my question is simple, very straight to the point. And this question goes for the $10 voucher. So the question is, who can tell me, streamlined, how the processes that work behind ChatGPT? The processes, what happens behind when you type into the platform, the user interface of ChatGPT? What are the processes that go on? Sorry? Give her the mic.
Thank you.
Please listen to our response. Yeah? Listen to our response. Go ahead.
Thank you.
So you heard the question. Okay.
So when you prompt ChatGPT, what happened is
So
that
first of all, what's GPT?
generative pre-trained transformer. Allow me now. Allow me to answer. Yeah, generative pre-trained transformer.
No, she's trying to answer a question.
I said generative pre-trained transformer.
No, there's no
Chat
character.
GPT.
So the question now, my question
So,
now that I asked, go ahead
yes.
and answer.
So I say when you prompt ChatGPT, what happened is that it analyzes the information you drop, and it's
It analyzes it
yeah
using what? These are the things we want to hear. These are
using
the processes.
using machine learning to analyze it, and then gather this information from other data sources. Then it produce or generate a new result, gather information, a new data for you.
So there are some keywords I want to hear that has to do with generative AI. I've not heard it.
I mean, it process the information
Using
and
what?
using
And what model is he using?
I'm trying to answer you, sir.
No, you tried.
Yes, I say it's okay. The model it's used, it uses the large language model to analyze the information. That's the LMM. LMM, large. I say LLM, large language model. That's
What do you
I
think?
said.
Huh? Hold on. What do you think? Sorry? Sorry, just hold on.
Okay, as a first
You
attempt,
can stand, you can stand.
as a first attempt, it wasn't solid. But by the time she understood how to use the keywords and she was able to use the keywords, I think it's a good try. Because from her, subsequently, when you ask questions, some other persons will now leverage on her response and do better. So it's a good try.
Sir? Am I awarding you? Yes, I'll give it to her. So congratulations. So first of all, when you want to talk about these things, you must use key terms. You must mention natural language NLP, right? You must mention LNP, right? Large language models. You must talk about these things. You cannot tell somebody that, oh, this is how it works without telling them the systems that execute them. So my second question, which goes for $25 voucher. Okay, so this question is simple. Wait, are you opening ChatGPT? I want to ask about ChatGPT and you're opening ChatGPT. Okay, so this is how it's going to work. You're going to tell me, since we have been talking about algorithm and what models, right? You're going to tell me the difference between algorithm when it comes to AI, algorithm and what model. If you know the answer, raise your hand. You are searching. Please come. The difference between what AI algorithm and AI models. Come. If you know the answer, come. Come now. Come. Yeah, just these three persons. Come. Don't worry, don't worry. Three. Come. Come now. Let's start. Who will I tell to listen to this? Are we good? So you're going to tell me the difference between what you understand by the not what you understand, because it has to be correct. Tell me what is AI algorithm with respect to AI and algorithm with respect to model with respect to AI.
Thank you very much. Algorithm is a set of rules that you give to AI, a set of instruction rules that guides the artificial intelligence. Then the model is actually the outcome that whatever you use it for, maybe after transforming that instruction, the outcome that comes from, that's the model. The models is
I took you to efforts and you dropped it. Go ahead. That's the same. The question is, what's the difference? Differentiate between algorithm with respect to AI and our model with respect to AI. Tell me what they are. Yes.
Algorithm, in my own understanding, it's simply step by step pattern, defined pattern in carrying out a task. That's for AI by step clearly defined instructions to execute a task in AI. Why a model simply has to do with the structure, trying to structure the entire system of the AI, how it works. I think that's just the simplest name to explain it.
Okay, in my understanding, um, algorithm has to do with the set of rules and instructions that the AI has to follow, how it operates. Then the model has to do with the um, it has to do with, for instance, let me use, for instance, the large language model is where the chat GPT uses. That's the model it was trained on to give you instructions, sorry, to give you results. That's the model it uses to give you results. But then the algorithm is the instruction embedded on the model.
So who got this answer? The one in the middle, right? Hold on, 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 hold on. So who do you think answered the question?
Second and the third person. Between the second and the third person. I'm not really sure. The first person, the answer was not really clear. I think she was just trying to use the words to explain what they mean.
Okay, so I can split it. So I feel right. She answered the question. She answered the question, but she modified. So I think, but they all miss one particular point. Nobody said that This algorithm needs to run on data. Run on data to carry out a specific task. So I think we're just going to split the voucher. So 10, 10, 5. Huh? So what says? Sorry? I should share for the three of them. So what says? But giving out 10. So what says? Okay, how do I want to split the 25? Okay, 10. Okay, 10, 10, 10, 10. Good, good, good. 10 for the two of them. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, 10, okay, 10, 10, 10, 10. Okay, 10, okay, okay, 10, okay, 10, 10, 10 for the two of them. 10 for the two of them, 10 for the two of them. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Are we having fun? Are we also learning why we are having fun? Exactly, because that's the point. So remember what I said. You're going to be learning. You're going to be winning things, and then you're going to what? Connect. So there are three most important things that you need to do in this event. In virtual assistant, I'll say your tasks. Number one is to what? Learn. Make sure you learn. Don't just be carried away by the and then not learn. You understand? So the second one is what? Connect. The second one will be connect. Then the last one is win something. Do you understand? All right. So we're going to be moving on. We're going to be moving on to the next session. But I want to call a chat card. MTN. I've not even started calling. They're telling me to wait. Okay, let me just tell you the style I'm going to use and call it so that you don't think that. The style is that I'm going to call it once and I'm going to call it very fast. So I will not pause. I'll maybe breathe in and breathe out. I will not breathe in between. Are we good? Are we ready? Good luck to the winner. 985336781555109008. Who got it? It will shock you. A round of applause for her. Nobody. In their head is too fast. Me, I shall know that people will get it. Somebody will get it. One person will get it. If you are using 1 gig RAM phone, don't even bother to type. Before you be clicking to be responding to you, they have already taken their airtime. All right, so we are moving on. And our next speaker is going to be joining us virtually. I have more. So it's as we go, as we progress, I'm going to give you more. I have Airtel, I have Glow, I have a lot of internet. I have MTN too. Okay, so the next thing we are going to be moving on to is finding your path in tech, your career path in tech. And this session, I know some of us here today is digital marketing. Oh, let's learn digital marketing. Tomorrow, product design, we go there. I'm a product designer. Next tomorrow, have you heard of cloud engineering? Cloud computing. That one, they make money. You can make up to $500 billion. That's the one. Then the next time here, there's a cyber security that is reigning now. If you don't protect, a lot of companies are trying to protect data. I want to learn cyber security. Everywhere you have appeared, Now, which is your part in tech? And then you'll be like, okay, so where will I now? Which one will I now do? Which one will I now do? So some of us may have, if you are find yourself in that category where you are learning a lot of things, but have not you really found a part in your tech career, please make sure that you listen attentively to this session. Remember, we're here to number one, learn. Okay, so the person that is going to take us in this journey, I'm going to read her profile before I call her name. Yes. She's an experienced IT professional with expertise in DevOps engineering, cloud architecture, and site reliability engineering. Calm down, I've not even started. She's currently serving as a site reliability engineer at a top cloud company. She excels in ensuring the reliability, scalability, and high availability of critical systems and applications. With a track record of implementing transformative CI/CD pipeline. These people. So, if I'm not even making me to wait, let me finish. Let me finish. Her expertise combined with a multifaceted approach to problem solving underscores a deep commitment to innovation and continuous learning, positioning her to drive impactful contribution to any organization she joins. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's welcome Helen Chukwekeli. I can dance. So she's joining us virtually. Keep clapping.
Even if you make more money than me, my darling. What if I lose my steez and composure too? You tell me.
Hello? Can you hear me? Please confirm you can hear me. Hello? I don't think I'm being heard. Hello? Please, can you hear me? Something must be wrong somewhere. Okay, can you hear me? Hello? I think my voice is not being, is lost somewhere. Hello?
Hello.
Okay, please, can you hear me?
We can hear her. We can hear our speaker, Ma'am Helen. Ma'am Helen, if you can hear me, you look so beautiful. We're
Oh,
admiring. We can see your beautiful face.
it's
But
my
we can't hear
pleasure.
your
Thank you
lovely
so much.
voice. I'm very sure your voice is very, very, very lovely.
Oh,
So while we're trying to sort out sound, we are going to hear her in seconds. So we're just trying to be sure that our sound is sweet.
can you hear me now?
A B C D E F G H I J K M N O P Q R S N T U V W X and Y Z. Happy, happy when we learn our ABC. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, and T, U, V, W, X, and Y, Z. Happy, happy shall we be when we learn. You know all the songs.
Hello,
We can
can you
hear
hear
now.
me now? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear that. Okay. Hello,
Hello?
Ma'am Helen. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you now. We're so excited.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great, great. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for that glitch. It's really a pleasure to see your beautiful faces today. Thank you, Peter Love, for having me. So I'm gonna be sharing my journey. Actually, my journey is a very interesting. It has really been a long journey in the cloud space, and I can't wait to share with you guys what I've been through. How I'm enjoying the journey so far, and all the challenges I've faced, and how you can actually get yourself started in cloud. And even if you've started already, I believe most of you here have started your journey. How you can actually make a successful career. Okay, so this is the story of a woman that has been resilient. You'll be hearing the story of a woman that has been persistent. And so we can get started. Please confirm I'm clear. Can you hear me clearly? Just to be sure I'm not talking to myself. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello, who can hear me, please?
Okay, ma. Watermelon, watermelon, papaya, papaya, banana, 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 fruit salad, fruit salad. That's how we make fruit salad when we're growing up. Yes. Maybe we should sing it together. It's fun. But we're going to have each our shells into different ways. 1, 2, 3, 4. Watermelon. 1, 2, 3, 4. Papaya. 1, 2, 3, 4. Banana. No, banana. It's fine. Yeah, banana. So if your group member doesn't talk, it's so obvious. People are boring. So are we ready to make fruit salad? Are we ready? Let's start for watermelon. 1, 2, go. Let's have. Okay, let's go. Everyone. The fruits that did not talk is rich people. It's so obvious that you guys are boring. Let's it again. Are you ready to make fruit salad? So when you get to fruit salad, everybody has to say fruit salad. All right, let's start with watermelon. 1, 2, go. Papaya, people are still. It's like people don't have energy in that road. Papaya is like this. You don't have energy at all. You are not energetic. This fruit salad is the pawpaw is less. The papaya is so small. Okay, let me call it time. Airtel. 5905210808013825. Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for her. Nobody got it. Nobody got it. The way I'm so sure that somebody must take my airtime, I don't have to call it 2 times or call it slowly or even wait for it to be ready. I know it like I know my name. Meanwhile, where's my name? Oh, what a nice name. I adopt it. It's not my name, but I adopt it. I look so being boyish. Awesome. Yes. My name is not Bimbo. Please, somebody say her name is Bimbo. So anybody that gets my name wins a $250 voucher. Voucher. Okay. Another airtime. So you guys, let's blow.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
564911209294103.
Hello.
Oh, congratulations. Okay, so our okay, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so should we go ahead?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Oh, great. All right, thank you so much. Yeah, so like I was saying, I'm gonna be sharing my tech journey from the ground up, right? Um, this is the story of a woman who has been tenacious, being resilient, against all odds. So, hearing my tech journey is actually going to inspire you. It will help to kind of shape your mindset and also help you to kickstart your career. I know most of you here has actually started your career already, and it's going to help you to have a successful cloud career. Okay, so I studied computer science actually, and while I was in school, I was actually focused on, making good grades. Yes, I decided that, you know what, I want to have all A's in my courses, and the plan was also to graduate with 2-1, and I was fully committed to that goal. Funny enough, there was no mentor while I was in school. Like I didn't even know what tech was all about. Like I was just there for degree, and I was a serious student. There was no plan to get any tech skill because I didn't even know any tech skill to get. They say what you don't really know is way bigger than you. So, um, well, eventually I graduated with 2-1, which is still a very good grade, right? Here in Nigeria, once you graduate, you have to embark on a 1-year journey to serve your country called National Youth Service Corps. So I was posted to Lagos, and let me say this: I was actually a confused graduate. Yes, I was totally confused. I didn't know the right career path. I was actually hoping to get a job after my national youth service, so that even if it's to start from somewhere, right? Because in this country, not just in Nigeria, but I think this is a global issue. You need to have experience before you get a job. But then, how do you gain experience without getting a job? Well, I'm going to touch that later. But so I was posted to Lagos to serve. I was posted to Ministry of Education at Ikeja here in Lagos. And I was in admin department. Please confirm you can still hear me. Can you hear me, please? Just to be sure I'm not talking to myself. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Thank you for confirmation. So, during my service here, at this point, there was no mentor. There was no tech community. In fact, I didn't know fields in tech to join. Like I said, totally a confused person. So I was serving, and then I advised myself to get an event decoration to enroll in event decoration masterclass. So then I already know how to book. So sorry, to bake. So I could bake, and I decided to like add events planning to that, and also event decoration. So the plan was to have my own brand. Yeah, even if I eventually get a white collar job, I wanted to build the two by the side. But do you know, after the whole class, which I invested my whole time and money, I couldn't, like, I think I gave up. Yeah, I actually gave up because I had to assess myself, right? And secondly, I think I also get discouraged at the end of the day because I couldn't get a single gig in event decoration. I couldn't get a single gig in event planning. I think I only had few, like I had few gigs for baking. So I got discouraged and that was that. I tried, so many things to hustle. Because yeah, I needed to hustle because I was just here in Lagos all by myself and one has to pay house rent and take care of herself, right? So that was it. I was serving and eventually I decided to start applying for job because it won't make sense uh to finish your service and then you're staying idle. I hate to stay idle. Like I want to be busy. Even till now, I'm a very busy person. It's good. I can even learn from morning till night, right? I like to keep myself busy as long as I'm learning. So if you're here and you want to build a cloud computing career or you want to have a career in tech, you need to be a lifelong learner. Like you should be happy gaining new skills and getting new knowledge. All right, so I started applying for job. The first one I applied, I was interviewed, but I couldn't make it. The second one, it was with Jobberman, and they called me for interview in their office. I thought it was a successful one, but eventually I wasn't called back, so I forgot about it. So after the service, I think after 2 weeks that we finished with the NYSC, I got a job in a hospitality industry. I just wanted to start with that because I didn't want to wait for tech job or whatever. So as at then, I already had front desk experience because before I was posted to Lagos, I worked in the hospitality industry. So at this point, I was actually taken for that job because of my prior experience. So I started working, and at a point, I was called. Jobberman called me to meet their clients. So they apologized for not getting back. That was few months into the hospitality industry, right? I was called, and eventually it was successful. So I started the role as a customer. That was my first corporate job in Lagos, customer service officer. So yeah, the job actually taught me a lot because I gained soft skills like communication skill, how to be confident, because that has to do with our company has to deal with CEOs, business leaders, and all those stuff. It was a great experience to kind of be exposed to those calibers of people and to talk about our products and all that. Deep down, I wanted a career in tech, but I just needed to start with that, right? Because even in customer service, there are transferable skills you can take to tech. I was just praying to God, I want to go into tech, but I don't know how it will happen. I wasn't on LinkedIn. There was no professional gathering like this. I was just in my world. Well, I was enjoying my customer service role. I think I spent 2 years in that company. Okay, while I was still in that company, I decided to have a career in human resources. So that was actually when I met a mentor. And then if you've tried human resources career, you know CIPM. So I enrolled to be like I wanted to get certified in human resources. So I enrolled. I paid for the money. I wrote like 2 exams and eventually I gave up again. Yes, because I had to assess myself. The self-assessment I needed to do, I didn't do that because when I started, there was no mentor. Eventually, I got myself one. I already enrolled, and it was just a state of confusion. If you're here and you don't have a mentor, seriously, you are not helping yourself because a mentor is someone that can hold you in the hand and show you that this is the right path to take. This is the mistake I've made, and this is what you should do to avoid this mistake. It will actually help to to help your journey smoother and. So I dropped out. I couldn't continue with that certification because after assessments, I'm not just that person that will go into human resources, right? I picked up data analysis, but then I lost interest. It wasn't really my stuff. So eventually I resigned. All right. I resigned without getting a job. Yes. Personally, I don't follow the crowd. You know, they will tell you, get a job before leaving your current job. I think I don't quite believe in that because nobody knows my story. I have my own race to run, so I mustn't stay in a job. It doesn't. You're actually the one that is wearing the shoes, so you know how it is in your feet, right? Whether it's paining you or not. I left the job. I was almost 2 years in the company, so I left. I just had little savings. My mind was like, I needed to get into tech, right? I didn't know how to start. I just left the job. I left the job to kind of um, have a strategy and think about my life and the next step. I just resigned. So, fortunately, that same month, we had a hangout because I belonged to a book review with friends club. We read a book every month. So, we had a hangout that December. I resigned, and in that event, I connected with an HR professional. I was so lucky, right? He shared an opportunity that they had. That was in the tech space, and I was like, wow, I had to just share my CV with him, and I was called for assessment and interview. And as God may have it, I got the job as a technical support engineer. And I was like, thank you, Lord. I mean, so that is how I found my path into tech because I attended events. The events I attended, or rather a hangout, it wasn't a tech gathering. It was just professionals. We wanted to have fun because we were reading the whole year. And so if you're here, please, I'm happy you're even in this event, but I would like you to attend tech events, attend professional events, take networking seriously. You don't know how it will shape your life until you start. Just ensure you attend events. You don't know, even as you're sitting right now, you don't know who is sitting by your side until you ask, introduce yourself. Tomorrow you might actually need the person, right? So that was how I got into tech industry as a technical support engineer. Please confirm you can still hear me. Hello, can
Yes,
you
we can hear you.
confirm?
Yes, we
Okay,
can hear you.
okay, thank you. So I was in the industry, I was in that company, and then the plan was actually now, okay, since I've started my journey in tech, let me start developing myself. All right. I needed to take personal development like seriously. So that was when I actually heard about tech because yeah, I was busy getting certification in technical support, but then I heard about cloud computing and I was so curious, what is cloud? I was like, cloud? Is it like how can company migrate their workload to the cloud in the sky? That was the first thing I thought, right? So eventually I had to research about it. You should know how to research. Google is make Google your friend. Had to research about cloud computing, and I was so interested, having a career in cloud. But I didn't know how to start because I didn't also have a tech mentor at that point. So what did I do? I had to leverage LinkedIn, right? Please, if you're here and you're not taking LinkedIn seriously, I think you're not really doing well for yourself because of you and the sake of your career. Please ensure you're visible on LinkedIn. Have a very good profile. Be able to reach out to anyone on LinkedIn. I mean, have that boldness to reach out to people on LinkedIn. So I decided to leverage my LinkedIn, and I was actually also posting content because I like to share my story. I like to share my life experience and what I was working on. So there was this man, he was following my post, and then there was this particular post he liked, and then he messaged me and he shared two links with me. He shared AWS link and cybersecurity link, and he was like, "Do you want to have a career in any of these two fields?" I was like, "Yes, I would like to start a career in cloud computing, but I don't know how." Well, he's actually a God sent, because I tell him to today, "You are a God sent." He actually promised to sponsor my certification, right? He was just so interested in my career, no string attached, interested in my career, and he loved to see me grow. So yeah, he just promised to send me money to be writing my certification. And okay, so I started with Azure Fundamentals. That was the first certification because I needed that to learn about cloud, have the fundamental knowledge of cloud, and then advance. So I enrolled and I got the certification. After that, I now, heard about DevOps, and then I also became interested. I needed to like ask someone or make more research about DevOps, right? And then I went to LinkedIn again and I connected with a stranger. So at that time, he was working as a DevOps engineer. And I asked, please, I've listened to YouTube videos and all that, but I'm not just getting this. I mean, I wanted to like know the roles. What is the career prospect? If I have a career in DevOps, what do I stand to gain? What are the challenges and all that? So we connected and he shared. He was like he's enjoying his job and this is the career prospect, and all that. Eventually he started mentoring me. Till today, he's still my mentor. Please, I know what I'm saying. Take LinkedIn very seriously. You can get a mentor. If you're here and you don't have your personal mentor, you're really missing out. Get your mentor and leverage on that, to build your career. So he started mentoring me and he shared resources of DevOps for me to get started with. So I started learning DevOps on the scratch. But then my job was also not, I mean, I was staying in the mainland. If you know Lagos, you spend hours in traffic going to work, and even coming back is like very crazy. So after working, you have to spend hours to get home. And when you get home, you're already exhausted. But even at that, I was actually determined to study every day. Like I was studying every day, whether I was tired or not. If I get home and I'm very tired to read, I may want to sleep and then wake up very early in the morning before I start going to work or preparing to study. So I was just disciplined because sincerely, if you're not disciplined, you get tired and you have thousands of excuses. Then I had thousands of excuses not to study. And that would have actually, taken me out, I don't know how many years to eventually get into cloud. But I was so determined, to study every day, like almost every day. I think I only skipped Sunday, right? So eventually I left the job again. I left the job without getting another job. Um, Please, I'm not advising anyone to leave their job. This is just my personal story, right? Like I said earlier, I don't believe in sitting in one place. I like flexibility and I like to grow and like not like a shortcut, but I kind of have a foresight. And if I look into wherever I am and I'm not really seeing myself in maybe like having a very fulfilling career in the field I want to go, I may want to like take it into my hand. You know that your destiny is actually shaped by the choices you make, right? I'm not advising anyone to just leave their job, but this was my story. I decided to take that risk because I now found a path that actually interests me. I knew that DevOps and cloud is going to pay. And when you were confused and you're navigating through a path you don't know about, if you really see your field, if you really find out that which you really love to do, you will know. I was really confused. Sorry, I was really convinced. And I didn't tell anyone because if you tell anyone, they will discourage you. I just left the company to do my DevOps, right? So what I would do is wake up every morning to laptop was my friend. Like I was just indoors. That sacrifice of not going out for social activities, like I was determined to bet my future by myself. So I'll wake up to carry my laptop and I'll be learning. And you know, I was also prepared for the challenge because I was living alone and you're leaving your job. How do you pay your house rent? I had little savings, but then I don't know. I had to leave. Like I've explained the reason, right? So don't just take that step if you're not convinced, and you need to actually have a plan. My plan was to grow. That was the plan. I wasn't attending any party or any hangouts. I was just there. I was studying DevOps, right? Eventually, I had about a boot camp. I don't know how many of you know She Code Africa. She Code Africa is an NGO that helps women in tech to advance their career in Africa. So it was actually my mentor that helped me to discover She Code Africa. I shared the link and I joined the community. It is a great community, still a great community till today, because it's a place where you get support. You see there are newbies, there are seniors, there are mentors, and you can always ask questions. You have access to resources. So I joined, and at that time, there was this boot camp, cloud and DevOps boot camp. It was for 3 months. So I enrolled, I joined, and we're divided into groups. So each group has their mentor. So you have to learn with the resources given to you. And at the end of the week, we connect with our mentor to ask questions, to share what we've learned and all that. It was really helpful. So after the boot camp, I still continued. But remember, I was also writing certifications, right? I was writing certifications. I was building projects. I hate to learn. I hate to learn theory, and then I don't know how to do it or practically demonstrate what I've learned. I like to learn and build. Please don't make that mistake of just learning or studying without building. Please, it's very, very important. As you're learning, as you're going in your journey, ensure that you have a portfolio for yourself. And how you build that portfolio is by the projects you've built. You need to remember it is actually hard to get your first job. You may actually find it hard to get your first job in tech. But how will you help yourself? It is by the project you've built. So don't just learn DevOps or SRE or cloud, and then you have nothing to show for that. There is GitHub. There are websites where you can actually showcase your work. You have to be very visible in this tech industry. I can personally tell you that being visible has helped myself, like it has helped my life so much. And you see LinkedIn, that blue app, I've gotten, I don't know how many of opportunities I've gotten from LinkedIn, but being visible on LinkedIn, another professional platform, can actually help you to stand out, right? So while you're building your project, writing certification, let me also say this. There are challenges you face. At that point when I was indoors studying, there are some days I may just feel like smashing my laptop. Like I wanted to end it, but then whenever that thought comes up, I'll remember the reason why I started at the first place. It wasn't easy because you need to, at a point I started facing the SACPA, right? Yes, house rent was there to pay and everything, but then I had a focus. I didn't let it distract me. As God may have it, after a few months, few months of resigning, studying back to back, I started getting gigs, right? I started getting gigs, and it wasn't even paying more, as in way higher than my full-time job, right? But I kept building myself. I kept studying. I kept, even till date, like I said, if you have to be in this cloud, if you have to make a successful career, you really need to be determined. It doesn't matter what you face. Okay, so today, eventually I got my first job in tech, and now I'm enjoying working remotely. I'm working at the comfort of my home, no more traffic. Yeah, the journey so far has been challenging, It has been interesting. I've learned so much in this space. And why I'm sharing this story is to let you know that it doesn't really matter the stage that you are. If you're really determined, you can get that job. You can get to that level. It doesn't matter if you don't have money for certification or you don't have money for, just be determined. But please take relationships so seriously. Please, can you still hear me? I want confirmation just to be sure I'm not talking to myself.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, great. So please take relationship, like take it serious. It will help you. Don't do take alone. Nobody does. Please don't do take alone. I wanted to do take alone, but then I realized that doing take alone can be so boring. You need to connect, be in a community. Apart from having a mentor, being disciplined, and all those things, writing certification, building projects, you need to belong to a community. And I believe that Hospital Labs, I believe they have that platform to be in a community. You can also join other women in tech communities because you really need it. Don't do tech alone. If you do it alone, it will be boring and you may get tired because it can be overwhelming. It can be overwhelming. But then what you should be focused on is the benefit, is the career prospect, right? So this is my journey. You have to take your destiny into your hands. The choices you make today can actually shape your future. All right. So be determined, be resilient, and the sky will just be your starting point. Thank you.
Mind, be resilient, and the sky is just your starting point. Please, a round of applause to our speaker.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't know if they will have question for me.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much, Ma'am Penny, for that wonderful. Your just not over. There'll be a session later. Thank you. It's a round of applause.
Thank you. I'm gonna see you soon. Bye for now.
All right. I just realized that we don't have that one I was saying. What's it called again? I wanted to say something and I remember I don't say or something then now respond. Did not create anyone. AWS. When I say AWS, you say empowering women in AI. AWS. So before we go to the next session, yes, so we're going to, it's going to be, because we have only 10 minutes for this session, how many of us know how to do breakfast very fast? So those of, if you know how to eat breakfast very fast, raise up your hand. Those of us that don't know how to wash breakfast, raise up your hand. Okay, you have your tea break after this. Those of us that can rush breakfast, this is your tea break, this is your time. So if you don't know how to rush your breakfast, then maybe after the event, set them and then you sit and take your breakfast. So we just have 10 minutes for this. And this is how we're going to do it. Because we are so much in this hall, we can't go and crowd the tea break space. We'll do it this way. Take turns, right? 2 rows, 2 rows, 2 rows, 2 rows like that. So you go through this door, turn, tea break Dynamic session is here. Take your teacup, your small chops, take your hot, do your serve yourself. Then come in, there's a door here. Walk through the door. I hope you understand it now. We are trying to make it orderly so that people will not use, you can't use the same door for entrance and exit. So this is exit, and this is what entrance for T3. So you go like this and come like this. In batches 2020. All right, so TJ, give it up for us. We're going to start one row, one row, one row, one row on this circle. So 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. 10 minutes. Oh, what is 10 minutes? Let's go, let's go, let's go. That's our speakers first row, first row. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know that you know it, but you find so fine, Oh, girl, I'm gonna show you when you're mine, It's what you are. Pretty girl, you should be smiling. A girl like you should never look so blue. Yeah. I see my dreams. I wouldn't say that to you if it wasn't true. I know that you don't know it. Hurry up and wait. So close, so far away. Everything that you always dreamed of, close enough for you to taste, but you just can't touch. You wanna show the world, but no one knows your name yet. How you gonna make it? You know you can if you get the chance. In your face, and the door keeps slamming. Now you're feeling more and more frustrated, and you're getting all kind of impatient. Waiting. We live and we learn to take one step at a time. There's no need to rush. It's like learning to fly or falling in love. It's gonna happen when it's supposed to happen. And we find the reasons why. One step at a time. Next row, next row. You believe and you doubt. You're confused, got it all figured out. Everything you always wish for could be yours, should be yours, would be yours if they only knew. You wanna show the world, but no one knows your name yet. How you gonna make it? You know you can if you get the chance. In your face, if the door keeps slamming. Frustrated, and you're getting all kind of impatient. Waiting, we live and we learn. Take one step at a time. There's no need to rush. It's like falling in love. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's to happen. Every find the reasons why. One step at a time. You can't wait any longer. It's your faith that makes it stronger. The only way we get there is one step at a time. Not by spreading money. Some pass even if you make more money than me, my daddy. I need physical dollars. Don't spread me naira. What if I lose my stick?
if I give it up? It's no longer giving up.
Dollars. What's right there? Just take it back. He said, "I come and dance with me, or you take two things involved: spray me dollars or dance with me."
If
Choose
I
one.
did $1 billion miles away, if I start to reach 1,000,000 times a day, what if I come double our savings away?
He said, "Come and dance with me." He never dance.
If I don't go fine again, if I don't go fresh again,
Come for my dance
if I
class.
don't get it,
I'll teach
if I
you.
don't get it, if we don't reach up again, imagine I stop to pray. That would be so insane. Tell me how that way. Yeah. Even if you make more money than me, my daddy. What if I lose my steez and composure too? What if I give it up? It's no longer giving up. You don't go up. Your gossip don't go up. If I grow up pocket, sure you know go for me. If them start to come for me, sure you know go jackpot. If I borrow big money, sure you go pay it off for me. If them suck my blood is right, sure you go be my blood on me. If I don't go fine again, if I don't go fresh again, if I don't get it, if I don't get it, if we don't be so again, imagine I stop to pray, so that would be so insane. Tell me how that way, you love me anyway. If you make more money than me, my darling. What if I lose my steez and composure too? What if I give it up? It's no longer giving up. Competition for my lady. Cause she got everything where I need and I'm when I love her. If you see my lady, it's not the more. We go to say, we go to say, God design. I said, nobody be contest you.
I like the way you're drinking your tea. It's very demure and very mindful. I love it. But try and make it faster. Please, can we be faster? Yeah, 6 minutes left.
Sensational. Nothing I do for you. And I know, and I know, and I know. I look for you. Love like a riddle. Yeah. Give me the clues on the riddle. Oh, wow. Oh, that's a little. Yeah. Life's pretty sweet. Can be bitches. Tell me love her till the morning. Nah, nah, nah. Love her till the nighttime. Nah, nah, nah. I don't get nobody. I don't get nobody. If you give me body, I won't tell nobody. Gotta get you West Coast. Now she want me pool skirt, so me pool skirt. Gotta get you West Coast. You see, it's obvious. It's obvious. Sensational. Nothing I do to you. And I know, and I know, and I know. I look for you. Love a little, yeah. Give me the oh wow, oh that's a little, yeah. Life's pretty sweet, can be bitter. This one she fine, oh yeah. She want this, she got this. She no big control of me. She dance it, she want it. She make me. She want give her body, back shots, body. Give her body, back shots, body. Give her body, back shots, body. Oh, 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 oh. Girl, I'm never gonna leave. Baby, I'm never gonna leave. Baby, you the one like me. Love got me high like we. Yo, let's take a little trip. Take you to the island, breeze. Fill up the island, breeze. Kissing in the early morning breeze. Hot sex got us sweating. Like we just coming out this sauna. Be your body for that corner. Tell me how much your body worn out. I feel the affection. Tonight me pussy as it go turn out. Sex was another fucking bonus. Girl, you go make my back lead on down. Girl, let it feel your pressure. I will never leave you, you're my treasure. Oh, girl, let it feel your attention. You deserve love, you're my time and affection. You're my time and affection. So make up you my time and affection. Come make I give you my time and affection. Come make I give you my time and affection. You're my time and affection. Come make I give you my time and affection. Come make I give you my time and affection. Come make I give you my time and affection. Come make I give you my time and affection. Finna give you my time and affection. Finna give you my savior's affection. Girl, you light up my soul like a Benson.
Alcohol, I told you it is kata my medulla oblongata, pushy brabra, ugata, Mr. Bonanza, oblongata, pushy brabra, ugata, Mr. Bonanza, Mr. Lover Lover, let me be your lover lover, Mr. Lover Lover, let me be your lover lover, Mr. Lover Lover, I want to be your lover lover lover, Mr. Lover Lover, let me be your lover lover, hey, hey.
Welcome to Nigeria. Sorry about that. Sorry. In Nigeria, where something fall down like that, you hear, hey, Jesus, hey. There's nothing like, oh, I'm sorry, so sorry, so sorry. I'm never find part of the world. You understand how hey, Jesus, hey. Sorry, are you home? Are you home? Nothing like that. I'm more concerned about this that is broken than the human being. Beautiful from head to toe. You're beautiful from head to toe.
Problem, boys. If I travel today, in my pile, I'm a man, I'm a brother man, who any problem, baby, show up, show you the meeting call. I know what I do, you will lay your money problem. Melanie, popping, baby, me show you that. Baby, such attractive if you got money, do the girl, oh yeah. What would you do? Show me capital business. Show me character weakness. Can you wake up and afford that? To make breakfast for me. Go back and let you give me. Give me, come back and be tricky. Give me, come back and be tricky. Oh, long time ago, I said okay, let's make me conform.
Our time is up. Our breakfast time.
Very dirty girl. I pick you up, don't you pick it girl?
Some people
Mama say I don't fall in love. I'm a papa say I'm a child. Baby show up. Show me meeting go.
Okay, so you see a basket. If you are done, you can
lay your money problem.
retrieve the cost. Yeah.
Melanie, popping. Baby, me show the time. Baby, so attractive if you got money to me, girl. Oh, yeah. What would you do? Show me capital business. Show me character weakness. Can you wake up around 4:30? To make breakfast for me. Over there, show me, gimme, come and give me chicken. Gimme, come and give me chicken. Oh, oh. Sometimes you're rude, sometimes you hold it back. This kind of inconsistency in love, it don't feel like too long, oh baby. And I was obviously head over. Now I'm packing my bags and running on my heels. Oh look, sometimes loving is letting go, but you know say I go always stay for you. So if you love me, let me know. Make I go carry say on my own. Let me tell you all about Julie. Every other day she just say she loved me truly, yeah. Be my best friend since uni. Sure they look like a superstar in a James Bond movie. But the repercussion was not enough. You know, say I'm quick to fall in love. Evidently, you're cheating too. But I just handle my trust issue. You said, put yourself in my shoes. All of the time where I waste on you, I fully giving up. And you my happily never after, baby. Cause sometimes loving is letting go. But you know, say I go always stay for you. And if you love me, let me know. So I don't go carry say on my own. Oh yeah, I found you in my love, it is speaking foreign languages. And you need my money, but I need a little packaging. You fine, I'm taking care, you're mine. You're my bella, you're mine. She's got the perfect smile. Whoa, yo, you daddy. Just imagine, a guy like me falling. Oh, my bestie, I'm ready. This your loving, I'm getting. They give me energy. Oh, I'll give you the world, baby. You feed me your magic, touch. There's a reason for all of this. What is up? If my love they enough, my money plenty, I the lugar. Driving me crazy like a Uber. Come and drop all my girl look for me, I there for you, my if I like make up my malowa, no go when a nigga. Fire go body if you got my shima. Energy day me I could deliver. Already one of my competition, who be competition? Say me I go fight the vibe cause me I get down for body. I get to live for you, my baby, yeah. Cause a lot of the girls you take, cause when I enter, you go see. Have you met a girl like me? Say that you look my eye. What do you be so mine? How do you be so mind? No, they worry, but it's alright. I still wanna be on my head. Nobody coming our way, my darling. You know I get you for my door. I'll give you the world.
Okay, so we're wrapping up. I think the last row can go out now. I think that's the last. Please, those of us that have not got internet. Mr. Morgan, have you got? So I believe everybody in this hall have eaten. If you have not eaten, this is your time. See, the next speaker that is coming. Let me start giving you some too small longer truths, like my younger sister would say. An AWS community builder. Drop mic. The way they say something, say drop. That's longer truths. Volume now. All right. You have not eaten tea break, or you have got your tea break, but then you have not started. Because we have to continue today. Meanwhile, we still have lunch. Lunch is big chicken. We are here to learn, connect, win, and then we need to add what? You are in the spirit. Enjoy. Enjoy. Learn, connect, win, and enjoy. We are here for all of it. This is one of the best weekends in November. Yes. They're having everything in one place. Everything. Full package. Okay, so we're going to continue now. And I would like to call on our next speaker right now. But I will not call this speaker unless we are calm, quiet. We are cool, calm, and collected women. So let's try and maintain decorum. I'm going to close this door very soon because I'll be calling the speaker that's going to take the session. I don't want him to be distracted by movements. People passing now. So I have to close this door now because if this door is still open, people still come. So if you're yet to if you're done taking your tea break, please use the entrance. still taking over. It's time for business. So it's time to learn. It's time to learn. It's time to learn. Right. There's the back end going around. So it's time to learn. AWS. AWS. Empowering women in AI. It's giving all those August meeting vibe. The energy is high because breakfast, we have had tea break now. So, empowering women in AI, AWS. All right, so we're going to be calling on the next speaker. This speaker is not just what's the longer short? I mean, the tip that I gave you guys the first time. That he's a what? AWS community builder. And not just that, he's also a software engineer. Hey, how many of us married a tech bro? You're married to a tech bro. You want to marry a tech bro? There are many. So he's a software engineer. Not just that, he's a people should listen, highly creative individual with extensive knowledge in web and cloud infrastructure. His experience in startups and shipping feature in dynamic agile environment and this has made him a lifelong learner, always ready to embrace challenges, identify issues, and systematically develop solutions. Before diving into web development, Kelechi was passionate about embedded systems, working on DIY projects with Arduino, ESP32, and similar technologies. His fascination with the cloud drives him to continually push his limits and expand his expertise every day. Now, your hands are busy. Then you have to put a round of applause as a welcome to the stage, Kelechi Oliver A. Is that how you make noise? Make some noise!
That was a warm welcome. Thank you so much. So thank you to the team at Speed Out Labs. Thank you, Mr. Kenneth. Excited seeing all your faces, and next time I'm called for this event, I'll rush. I'll be the first person to be there. I love this event. Right. Just thinking about myself. She has actually explained my name. I'm an AWS community builder, software engineer, DevOps, cloud DevOps. And today, I'm going to be talking about cloud. We're going to be talking about the infrastructure powering generative AI. Now, we're all hearing generative AI. How is it powered? Right. So, this is the point where you take a pen and a paper and then you jot, because some things might not make sense, but later on you might refer to them later and understand more or make more research. Right. So, okay, it's myself that is showing on the screen. I want to make sure that I've got this QR code. You can just scan it if you want to get the slides for your personal reference. Okay. Are you able to scan it? I'm holding on. All right, so let's proceed. Wow. Yeah, we'll move on. So, how many of us here are hearing the term cloud and AWS for the first time? I want to know my audience. You're hearing AWS or cloud for the first time. Raise your hands, please. Don't be shy. Okay, just a few. Okay, that means we all understand what AWS is and what the cloud is, I'm assuming. Okay, so I'm just going to do a quick run through for those that don't know what the cloud is. Cloud is simply, so the cloud, the idea of the cloud is the fact that anywhere you go, you get to see the cloud. It's everywhere, right? The idea that something, computing resources in this context is everywhere, it's accessible from everywhere. I don't need to be in my house to access my server. I can access that server from everywhere in the world, just using my laptop. Right? I'm going to proceed. So now, so the cloud is sorry, I was explaining the cloud. I was meant to use the other slides. But when you expose computing resources onto the internet, where anyone from anywhere in the world can access, that's what makes up the cloud. Just imagine this room, fill it up with server. Now, put up something on the internet, just log in and access that server. Right? That's it. And in this case, we're looking at Amazon Web Services. This is one of the major cloud providers that gives you that functionality where you can just open your web browser and you access Amazon Bedrock, you access any service you want, you deploy a server, you deploy a service. That's simply what the cloud is. So Amazon Web Services provides lots of services for you to build and deploy your AI solutions. You have Amazon SageMaker, Generative AI. I believe other speakers will come and throw more light on this. Right. So my talk is around telling you about more about the infrastructure on which this, how powerful and how robust the infrastructure on which these AI solutions are deployed. So this is what it looks like. Next slide. Next. Yeah. So that's just what AWS looks like. You log into the console, you can see a couple of services showing. Yeah, this is from my browser, and I can deploy whatever AI solution I want in this context. If I want to deploy a server, I can deploy that. Right? This is how simple it is. Now, my talk, as I said before, is around infrastructure. AI, the infrastructure, AWS infrastructure is global. It is a global infrastructure. That is, it's everywhere in the world. Right? Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So by the way, this picture here is AI generated. That's generative AI for you. So I just typed the command and generated. All right. So we're going to look at why global infrastructure. Why should you consider AWS as a, why is it important that AWS is a global infrastructure? Right. We're looking at the infrastructure on which generative AI works with regards to AWS is global. Right. And we're looking at why we should consider AWS global infrastructure. Right. Let's go next. Right. First of all, we need to look at some certain things. First, as I explained, global is the ability to provide reliable computing services to customers around the world. Why do we consider? Why is it necessary for our provider, our cloud provider like AWS global? But one, we're looking at business expansion. You're in Nigeria and you want to build AI solution for someone in Sydney. Yeah, so if you're deploying a server, you shouldn't deploy it in Nigeria because it's difficult for people in Sydney to access. So you deploy that server in Sydney. That's business expansion. Let's say your business maybe expands to other countries, you can migrate and deploy servers in those countries. And that is low latency. That's another important factor to consider for a global infrastructure. Right? Latency is just the time it takes for you to get the response from the server. Send a request, let's say you log into your bank, that is for you to get the response. Now, when you have a global infrastructure, you can have applications that has low latency. That is, because they are global, you can deploy resources, let's say server your generative AI solution close to the user. Right? Another thing is high availability. Global infrastructure provides high availability, meaning that the application is available at all times. If the server fails, another server comes up. Right? Another thing also is disaster recovery. We're going to be talking about disaster recovery shortly, where break down what global infrastructure, how AWS achieve achieves this global infrastructure I'm talking about. Okay, so now I've told you why it's necessary to consider a global infrastructure organization. Like next slide, like this expansion, wilderness, and all that. Now, let's look at of AWS global infrastructure. This is the core. This is how it was AWS is. This is how it's able to support AI. Right. So now let's look at the core structure. At the bottom there, you see that green line. That's AWS. That's the foundation. That's the ground. Ground. Think of it as a foundation. When you go up, you have something called regions. And so learning AWS for someone who has started learning AWS, I'm sure you will across the same regions. Right? Regions are just the way so you can think of regions as different regions, servers and data centers. Like for instance, you have something like system, you have something like one and all that. And inside region, right? I'm going to discuss this in a bit. So each so AWS has several regions spanning the different parts of the world. So anywhere in the world, right? And also inside each region we have something called analytics. So it's mostly used for disaster recovery, high availability, and sure. So look at this next slide, please. So you can see that's image there. And if you look there, you can see that there are several regions around the world. So kind of customers, and as you're thinking of building a career in AI, you can work for a company that tells you, hey, I want us to expand our business to the US. How do we get to the US? There's a region in the US you can use something like and you deploy resources there, and you see that your application will be faster and performant, right? And also something around data restriction policies will not be affected because some companies require that their data sits in their country, right? So if you're building such kind of application, you can build it, right? So this is a diagram depicting different regions available in the place. Right now, I think there are about 2 regions. I think in Africa, we just have one region in South Africa. So now, let's say for instance, you're in Nigeria, you want to deploy an application. Right? There are different regions. For me personally, I always use the Western one, which is Europe. But if you're thinking of latency and you want your application to be super fast, you can also consider one in Africa, which is Cape Town, South Africa. If you deploy your resources there, there's a high latency that you get latency to your servers and to the user. Right? So this is how why AWS is. This is why AWS is far larger than something like an ordinary VPN because it can cater for users all around. Right. So now let's discuss more about availability zone. Right. So as I said before, each region has one or more availability zones. There are 2 or more availability zones. Right. So you can think of it like, let's say we have a region there. An availability zone is just a group of data centers. Let's say one can be near Nigeria, another one can be in Garrison, another one can be in, let's say, somewhere around the corner. Now, this are still the same servers. The reason they're built that way is for disaster recovery. Things around disaster recovery, things around high availability. Because if, let's say there's a disaster, there's a fire outbreak, and one of the regions, let's say the one in Nigeria, bombs out, the application can continue to run. Right? Let's say, for instance, the server crashes and there's a data breach. This is how robust the cloud is. This is why when you're building generative AI solutions, you're super guaranteed that your application will continue to work. Yeah, so you can see an availability zone is just inside the region. You have different data centers that are separated, right? They are not the same. So if there's a fire outbreak, it will not go from one data center to another data center. Right. So why do we need availability zone? Why is availability so important? First one is redundancy. Redundancy means that one load fails, something goes wrong. Something goes wrong. where I work, I most times deploy database on particular applications. I deploy particular applications just in case once that is always just in case crashes. So that data will not go missing. I can use a replica that is not that Right? This is really important as you're learning cloud. You need to understand why how robust it is. Because you don't know in an interview somebody will ask you why is it important to use AWS, not just because it is, also how robust it is. So another thing is also high availability. Your application, because your database will not go down because you have it your users continue to use it. It's not like apps where in the night you want to maybe make a transfer and you see that you're not able to Alright, another thing is disaster recovery, as I've hit on this a bit, where I said maybe there is a fire outbreak in one region. Sorry, next slide. Okay, so another thing is also data replication. I mentioned that when I did my database, I used just in case one goes down, another thing is low latency. Because you have this availability to most users, you can deploy applications that are very fast. Servers are close to them. When the server is far from the user, the latency is higher because that cost is travel to get to final destination. Next slide. So this is how AWS looks like. So if you go towards the right and at the top, where you see there's a region select, you can see that there are all so many regions, and this is very important. When you're learning and practicing and creating resources on a resource on one region, ensure you go back to that region you created that resource, because if you switch region, you might not see that result. You think that you've deleted that application or that instance you created, whatever you're playing with, and then you notice that you switch regions, but it's no longer actually switch region. Any resource you create where so for instance, in the picture, if I select US East North Virginia and I switch to US East Ohio, you'll see that all the resources that I created wouldn't all be shown on the US East part because they are different parts of the world. Those resources are meant to be different places. So just have this at the back of your mind, right? While walking around the regions. At least today, at the end of this class, regions and availability so will not be new to you. Okay, so let's proceed. And further, we've talked about regions, how regions have become robust because of their regions and their abilities. So let's look at things further. Let's look further on how what companies can leverage to make their application faster. Okay, so another thing is focus. This is quite advanced. Now, some companies also want to minimize the to make the application super fast. Let's say you're working for a company like Twitter, and this solution, and we want it to be super fast. You should be able to notice when there is threat, when somebody is trying to log into someone's account, super fast. What solutions can you prefer? So one is another thing is local zones. Local zones are, let's say, more close to the user compared to availability zone, right? So like in Nigeria, what one local zones? So you can think of it like AWS just settlement where they are proud of the AWS forms and launch their infrastructure ability zone there. We have some AWS resources like servers and others where you can very low latency applications. So that's local zones for you. So what one is Lagos, let's say you're building an application that requires some compliance issues. The government says our data must be in Nigeria. You can consider using local zone in Nigeria. This local zone is in Lagos. So another thing is global edge networks. We have something like CloudFront. CloudFront is mostly for people who are delivering content. Let's say you're delivering images, you're delivering videos, and you want this news to come. Let's say you're streaming, you're building a streaming application. You want that to come fast, you can consider using an edge network like Amazon CloudFront. All right. So we also have something called Outpost. Outpost is also, let's say these are also for very big companies. You can think of it like Nigeria as a whole can choose to like buy because of maybe there is a very strong want cloud premises. We want AWS cloud to be in-house for you and from AWS and they will send you something called space can deploy suppose businesses all over the place. It's really, really expensive. But these are for the big guys. So let's look at some use cases companies that are using AI and AWS is like so huge, right? There are several companies like there are several companies using AWS. I mean, some are using AWS, some are using it in their businesses to drive business intelligence, AI, some are using it for data analytics. Like the cloud provides different layer of services. I mean, when you start doing cloud, when you start learning cloud fundamentals, you get to understand, learn about infrastructure as a service, you get to learn about platform as a service, you get to learn about software as a service. I don't have that much time to dive into this, but companies are using it for several things, like as I said, business intelligence, yeah, aspect, using it for several things, content, networks, to drive the like content. Yeah, thank you. This is the end of my talk. I don't know. And next time for question, if you have a question from what I explained. I know this sounds a little bit technical. What questions you can ask? Can we go back to the slide? I want to explain something. The slides we have this course structure. Yeah, so I just have that as an example. So for each major instance that you have here, you have system one, EU, that's Australia. For let's say for that's so inside inside right and similar to system one, also have system one, now they have different regions have different some are just students, right? Many ways.
Okay, so I want to startups. What are the ways?
That's a good question. I think let's go past the startup program where they give you a certain amount of dollars to scale this for starting up as a startup. Let's go past that. We also have startup program, which is very important to everybody how to use the services. And, yeah, so you're building innovative yeah, sector services like networks, your car, so that's first initial point. And your startup, you as a startup, try testing your innovative solution without incurring much cost on your end. So you best, let's say, for the company I had worked for, they gave them $10,000. I don't know how much it is currently, but that's something you can research more and see how to apply and what the process is like.
an outpost. Working in an organization where, like, there are cases where the system breaks down and the information can no longer be accessed. Sometimes maybe the person working will not even know that okay, you can recover your information from your hackers. And you mentioned this outpost. How can one really, maybe, and you said this for the big guys, how can organizations employ the service of somebody like you to be able to manage their, and you also mentioned local what? Local
Local
self.
zones. Yes.
Okay,
Zones.
local zones.
Yeah.
Yes. If it is hosted in that local zone, and maybe my boss travels because she travels to UK always, will she be able to access it?
So for local zones, you can access local zones directly from your browser. Every most except Outpost, every AWS can be accessed directly from your browser. And this the screenshots I just shared is just from my browser. I log into our AWS account. I can access, I can see how the servers are performing. Try to report them, try to install whatever software I want to install. I can even set up something like notification whenever the server wants to die out of it. So that's your whatever your boss can access the server provided you have the technical know-how.
Secondly, does it mean that the website, if somebody wants to build a website now, they must use a cloud computing? Like before, when I was in school, I used to hear SQL, you must back up with SQL database. You must use, if you don't that, access was low, but you must use SQL. But now, from what I'm seeing and the little I know on the explanation, it's like cloud is more powerful. Does it mean that people no longer use that SQL or something?
Still use it. Now building a website, there's a difference between a website and a web. Right. If I'm building a website, let's say for church, you just need to a place where if I go to www.church, see read something about the church. That's static. That's just the website. I don't need to do anything like SQL, it's like backing. That's just the page. I can literally spend just a few dollars posting those pages, just the page. Static. Now web app goes to extent. Web app involves you calling the database, storing some information and to change over time dynamically. So if you're building such kind of app like a web app, then you need those SQLs, you need them. So, but the cloud just gives you something more robust in that your servers will not go down. Let's say thousands of users are using your app. Your application is able to that your application is able to expand to handle that growing number of users. That's what the cloud offers. It's robust. Initially, people host their stuff in VPS servers. VPS servers are not that robust. So how large your application grows is tied to how large the VPS service you're using is. So if I'm building an app that I think can grow and up to 10,000 or more users, I would use the cloud because I can easily get any amount of resources I need to cater for the growing number of users. So that's it. Depending on your company and your points. Some companies have policies restricting them to not using the cloud. Now there are some countries that they don't allow you to. If you're using the cloud, you need to adhere to some policies, like some compliance issues. So the cloud is there, but some companies have policies. One of the companies I was working for, they have a policy that they will not use AWS. They wanted to use iShare because of iShare had some compliance that so it's not about if what's the future of AWS. The future of AWS is already at the forefront. They are one of the largest cloud providers. It's now about the company's policy. You can have their data in AWS. Right? So if the company policy allows and the country's policy allows, then fine. While I was talking, I mentioned something about data protection laws. Some countries don't allow you to store the data of their citizens abroad. They want you to store it in the country. Like me, I work for an Australian firm. Use AWS, and all our data is distributed to Australia, Sydney. So that's the country's policy, and you have to adhere to it. If had even AWS is not global enough, by using AWS because they have an availability zone and a region.
that is our is that you're using server Sky. So I
Let
just
me
want
explain
you
it.
to
I'm going
make
to,
it
I'm going
down
to,
to a layman
I
understand.
like that question. I'm going to make it, it's not like you're putting it on the sky. No, no. I was, I remember when I started learning cloud, I had this idea that it was something on the sky. I felt like the servers were hosted on the sky. No, it's actually physical. As I said before, just imagine this room. Just imagine this room. It's somewhere in the world, right? As I said this, as I mentioned in West, yeah, US West, it's somewhere in the world where they just stack different servers, and those servers you can connect to them from your system, from your browser, right? So just imagine you use, I believe you use Google Docs, right? Yeah. So if you want to save data in your computer, you select the files and you upload it to Google Docs. Google Docs server is sitting somewhere in the world. It's not on the sky. It's actually like a house where they have different servers running, right? So that's how it is. It's not. Don't think of the sky. The sky is just an idea to show you that you can access it from everywhere in the world, but not necessarily the fact that these servers are staying on the sky. It's just the house here. Just imagine your house having one big server sitting inside where users can access the servers from anywhere. That's yeah. I think I've been able to answer the questions. Thank you.
You can do better than that. Thank you so much. That's awesome presentation. I mean, you got back right. We learned this weekend, next weekend. I don't know about you. Share the same. Wave your hand. Okay. Now raise your hand. I want to believe that you're getting married or you got married one of the weekends in November. Okay, so thank you so much. Please a round of applause for our speaker. That session was really, really impactful. Okay, so moving on, because we are pressed for time, snappy, sharp, sharp, sharp. And the next thing we're going to have a session, and it's going to be virtual. And an AWS hero. Like we are the kind of speakers we are having in this session. The kind of speakers we are having in this session are dynamic, like top people. This AWS Nigeria hero is speaking to us virtually. Very attentive. All right, so if our hands are not too busy, let's welcome virtually the AWS hero, Mr. Diaboye Ewere. A round of applause. Mr. Ewere, can you hear us?
Hello, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Mr. Kofi.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome.
Just give me a second, please.
Okay. All right. While we wait for our AWS hero to come up, please let's maintain decorum. It's time to learn. When we are learning, we are serious. Yes. How many of us have looked at the LinkedIn profile of any of the speakers? Only one person, Jesus, I'm shocked. 2, 3, 4. 4! Don't have to attend events. I don't have women in tech here. It's a lie. I have women in tech here. And if I've not searched for the speakers that have spoken, all the speakers, how many of you did a research from the flyer before coming to this event? That's how you, if you don't know how these things work, let me teach you today. Before you go for the event, check the speakers that are there. Check the organizers. So that when you come to the event, you're strategic with your connection. You don't know how it's done. Like, it's not party. It's happening. Yeah, let's go, snap picture and go. You need to be intentional in this tech space. You don't just attend the event because, oh, it's an event, let's go. You need to be intentional. I'm teaching you now. I've attended tech events a lot. In fact, any tech event, you see me there. But if you are not intentional, you will come and go back without making meaningful connection. Do you understand? So before coming for the tech event, you have done your research. I will research all the speakers, check their LinkedIn, even connect with them on LinkedIn. If there's a speaker that I want to see and connect with, I've already connected on them on LinkedIn, even send a message, like all their posts. So when I'm coming to the event and I'm introducing myself, my name is, the thing should ring a bell somehow because the speaker must have gotten a notification from me on LinkedIn or somewhere or any social media platform. There's no way I will like all your LinkedIn posts, most recent one, like all your Facebook posts, like all your Instagram posts. When I search for you, I send you a message either in one of them. And then I come to the event and I introduce myself and tell you my name. I tell you that I followed you already, that it will not ring a bell. It will ring a bell. I'm teaching you these things though. For free, master class. For free. Then I'll check the organizers of the event because the organizers are also important. I'll check the organizer. Who are the people organizing this event? Who are the top people I need to connect with that are among the organizers that will help my career? This is how you network intentionally. It's not take pictures and smile and post on Instagram. It's not just that. And it's not, and you need to be intentional. When you now take the check for them, the speakers and organizers, you come to the event, you know the people you're looking out for. Anybody that
Hello,
say my
can you hear
name.
me?
Okay, sir, we can hear you. Thank you. Masterclass ended. Please, let's hear our speakers.
All
Okay,
right.
let's maintain decorum. AWS.
All right. Thank you very much. Sorry for that delay. It just started raining really heavily here, really heavily. So it's a bit noisy here. One more time, can you confirm you can hear me? Hello? Can you confirm you can hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, great. Okay, so I don't have any slides and I'm just going to talk out of my head. It's been an awesome event going on so far. I've heard all the speakers. I heard Helen's story, really inspiring. I also heard the previous speaker who talked about AWS infrastructure, how to host applications, and I also had some very interesting questions. And I'm also very excited to be here. I'm always excited to speak to the community about cloud computing and DevOps. And then part of my responsibility as a hero is to ensure that we drive these conversations properly within the community and find ways to ensure that people get involved and people get also educated, enlightened, and also get opportunities to grow their careers, their dreams, and also achieve whatever they want to achieve. I'm going to write a little bit on Helen's story, her personal story, on how she grew her career to moving through different careers and into DevOps and cloud computing. That's just an example of one career path that she followed. And I would say that there are many other career paths that exist within this ecosystem. AI is one of the waves of the moment, and it's what everyone is cashing into. So at the moment that anyone who wants to go into AI already has an advantage.
let's just hold on. I guess.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you now.
All right. So I was saying that I'm not going to bore you with my own story of how I got into the tech space. It was also an interesting journey. Although long ago, I started programming far back as JSS3 in secondary school, building applications and all until I got to the level of being a community hero, working very closely with the community. But there are certain principles and standards that don't really change in terms of resilience, in terms of doggedness, in terms of knowing exactly what you want and standing for it. Helen also talked about some things like having mentors and people that will guide you. I personally will not have mentors, okay, because in the days I was doing my own career growth as at 2014, 2015, DevOps was still at its infancy and didn't have a lot of people around. So I'm going to come from the stand hell that never knew me. They don't know who I was. They don't know what I was doing. And there were two people that I really followed then that really helped my career. One of them was called Jez Humble. If you are in the tech space and you're in cloud computing, DevOps generally, you know Jez Humble very well. He's an author of two great books. One is Continuous Delivery, and one is also the DevOps Handbook. And there's also the CEO, but currently acquired by Pluralsight, which is a cloud guru. Two brothers who had a dream to train people on DevOps and cloud computing. And that was my first time hearing about an AWS hero position. And I didn't know what it was, but I was very interested in what it means to be a hero. And after following him for a while, and I figured out what it takes to be a hero and did the work of, talking to people and sharing my experience, talking about what I knew. And I got that appointment from AWS, and now I've been in this position for roughly 4 years. So what are one of the nuggets you need to understand? Sometimes you might be in a space that doesn't have a lot of people around you that understand that space. Okay. Helen talked about, working with mentors, having mentors, which is also very good. But there are some cases where you also don't really have mentors. You don't have people around you. Your immediate environment doesn't really speak to that thing you are trying to do. Doesn't really speak to that thing you want to do. So for example, currently in the AI space in Nigeria, there are very, very few people that know about AI, and AI and AI generally. Okay. I was in a session some days ago where I was a judge for a hackathon where the topic was basically people building fintech solutions that ride on AI. And I could understand and see that the understanding of AI is still very, very new, mostly right here in Nigeria and in Africa. Is still very, very still bleak. People still don't understand what it means. And some of the solutions that they were offering weren't very feasible. And as a judge, unfortunately, I had to be a bit blunt with them and tell them that, you know what, guys, this is not how AI works. So you might want to get into the AI space at the moment. And trust me, it might feel a little bit lonely, very lonely. But the truth is that it has a lot of potentials and the growth is going to be very astronomical. And with every field in tech, what happens is when it's going to explode, it starts like a bubble. Okay, you know the way you blow up a balloon, you blow a balloon, you blow a balloon, and then it pops. Okay, the truth is that the time from when you start putting air into that balloon and when it pops, there's usually an excitement. Okay, so it's always good to be in that journey of that excitement before it pops. Most times I tell people that when something becomes mainstream, it's already gone. But the good thing is, for the AI space, there is still a lot of innovation that needs to happen there. There's still a lot of into it. And as a Nigerian, as an African, where we know technology and some of these things take time to get mainstream here, this is the right time for you to get on that bandwagon. This is the right time for you to be best in that field, because we know that right now the world is a global village and talents are sought out every corner of the earth. So it means that if you can get into the space and be very good at it, you are going to be a gold mine within a couple of years. And like I said, at the moment, it's going to be a lonely space. because a lot of people still don't understand what it means. A lot of people still see it as a frenzy. A lot of people still see it as something that will fade after a couple of years. But the truth is, billions and billions of dollars are being invested by the big companies to actually standardize and bring out solutions out of this. And the truth is, these solutions are becoming very reasonable. I mean, ChatGPT got over 1 million customers within a very short time. They are called one of the fastest growing user platforms in the world right now because they were able to get a lot of users within a very short time, which is something that is very strange and it's only known from when you talk about social media websites. ChatGPT is not a social network. ChatGPT is just a solution that helps you solve problems or your everyday problems by prompting a computer and getting a response. And there is a structure, there is a system of how this thing works, okay? One of the things you need to know or you need to do as an engineer is to understand the nitty-gritties and be the best at it. If you follow me very well on LinkedIn, I always talk about first principles, and first principles, okay? First principles are always the basic ways of understanding and knowing things from the scratch, from the bottom. And why it is very important to get things from first principles is that wherever you are thrown within that field, you are able to excel. So take for example, I've been in DevOps cloud space for close to 8 to 9 years. This is going to be my 9th year. Next year will make me 10 years. Maybe I should celebrate 10 years. One of the things I have learned so far is a lot of people get carried away by the buzz of what these solutions of these technologies bring and go with the buzz and go with the tides. What happens is over time, you discover that that bubble bursts and then another bubble comes up. Now, to avoid following this troughs and hills, hills and valleys, you need to understand a lot of fundamental concepts. These fundamental concepts are going to drive everything in the day. So take, for example, I started my AI journey a couple of, not too long ago. And one of the things I learned was, one of the things I understood during working with machine learning models was a lot of the background knowledge I have in both software engineering, because I used to be a software engineer. I used to be a full stack software engineer. Back in the days, we didn't have back end and front end. Everything was full stack, okay? So I used to write PHP, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. We designed the front end, we designed the back end, we designed the database. We did everything at the same time. But nowadays you have front end, you have back end, you have product design, which is really cool. But my point is, most of those fundamental concepts that I learned then have cascaded to any other thing I want to do right now. So for example, when I was trying to build something about AI and LLM models, I worked with some of the popular models like the Llama model, like the Phi model, and the Gemma model. I could understand that all these models still need infrastructure. And when you are deploying them on infrastructure, there are certain things that you still need to understand, which are still the basic concepts of infrastructure engineering, okay? So it means that if I didn't have proper knowledge in things like networking, things like operating systems, things like all those deep architecture, I wouldn't understand how to deploy, how to scale, how to secure, and how to also improve the ML life cycle, which is something that is becoming a statement called ML ops or AI ops. So what am I trying to say in summary? What I'm trying to say is, even if you are trying to learn something new, try to break it down to the bottom. Ask the questions. How does ChatGPT work? What happens in the background? They say it's a model. What is this model? You know, I heard some people asking questions about, after the first speaker spoke about algorithms and models and asking questions. Those are the fundamental questions you need to ask to be a really good expert, okay? Don't get carried away by just understanding, oh, it's AI, you just send a request and it gives you responses. How does it know those responses? What is behind the mechanism of those responses? Understanding those core fundamentals will help you really scale efficiently, faster, and better within an ecosystem. No matter the ecosystem you are working in, okay, no matter the aspect of tech you are working in, be it cybersecurity, be it software engineering, be it security, be it networking, it is and very essential to go back to the fundamental concepts. The truth is that most of the tools you use are built on top of the fundamental concepts. Any tool you see, Microsoft Word was built on the concept of software programming, built on top of the concept of operating systems. Okay, so any software you use, any application you use, we are talking over Zoom right now. Zoom is a mobile application. What's a mobile application? Application built with a programming language, running on an operating system called the Android operating system or the Mac OS operating system, hardware operating system. So those fundamental concepts are very key to building a solid foundation in your tech career and your tech ecosystem. And then we are talking to certain people in the industry, very experienced people. Maybe you are in an interview or they're asking you questions. Being able to show how strong your foundational understanding is really gives you an edge against someone who just understands how to use a tool. And another problem with just knowing a tool is also when issues arise. So during the course of my career, I've come to understand that when I use a tool and I use it to solve a problem and I get stuck, most of the time, the solutions are in the fundamental concepts. You just did not understand how those fundamental concepts work. So you are now able to solve that problem. So when you operate at that level of just working with the tool, working with how it works, for example, you get into AWS, you launch an EC2 instance, you say, yeah, I know how to launch an EC2 instance. What is an EC2 instance? How does an EC2 instance work? What are the components of an EC2 instance? What makes an EC2 instance an EC2 instance? Okay, these are some of the things I talked about in my book Dictionary where I broke down most of these words into very basic understanding, because I understand the value and the importance of fundamental concepts and how they build blocks into the major things you use. You get in AWS, you create an S3 bucket. What's an S3 bucket? How does an S3 bucket work? What are the components of an S3 bucket? What is the technology that drives an S3 bucket? These fundamental concepts and questions you ask really help you go a very long way in your career. And then when these tools or new tools arise, it's very easy for you to move from one tool or technology into another. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this. Thank you very much for meeting everyone. And let's have a nice rest of the session.
Please, a round of applause for our AWS Nigeria hero. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. His full name. Exactly. Thank you very much. Yeah, so it's like if we want to start implementing what I just mentioned. It's very Diaboye, yes. Diaboye. Please, thank you so much, Mr. Ewere, for that powerful presentation. We are super excited. We have learned and gotten a lot of value. All right, so we're going to move on to the next, which is in I think introducing the climax of the event. Like the climax. This is like the event itself. Should I say the event itself? The event we have experience. Okay, this is like the high points, the peak. So this session, we're going to be having someone speak to us on read what backdrop. Some people are not reading though. 1, 2, go. And the person that's going to take us this session. She's what? Europe, Middle East, and Africa. It's not just Nigeria. This is the part where when you introduce the person, you just drop and leave the stage. Do you understand? When you introduce, in fact, the mic, you cannot hold mic again, you just drop it and leave the stage. The next person I'm about to speak to us is I mentioned senior developer advocate at Amazon Web Service. Her tech background includes software development, business and system analysis, solution architecture and cloud engineering. One person, one person. As I'm introducing her, see the I'm jumping. God has started, I'm not catching it. She loves technology and this ability to transform lives. She uses her deep understanding of cloud and ability to communicate this understanding to inspire and lead developer communities who are embarking on their own cloud journey. She's passionate about mentoring the next generation of technical talents and shares her experience on this topic with other technology leaders whenever she gets an opportunity to do so. As a strategist for developer advocacy efforts in the sub-Saharan Africa, she leads groundbreaking initiatives that makes cloud technologies accessible to everyone, with the ultimate goal of fostering an inclusion and innovative tech ecosystem. Time. If your hands are not too busy, let us give a Nigerian welcome to Beliswa Boa. Please. You're not shouting well. You're not shouting well. Keep clapping. Keep clapping. Keep clapping.
Hello.
A Nigerian welcome. A Nigerian welcome.
One and only.
Hi.
We are so excited.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh my gosh, she's so pretty.
Thank you very much.
So much. We're so happy to have you. We're so happy.
So happy to be here.
Oh, awesome. AWS.
Hello. Hi, everyone. So you can all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I need to share my slides because let me see if I can do that because I want to walk you through a few things.
Yes.
Okay, there it is.
Yes, but you can share your slide.
Okay, I am sharing them. And thank you again for hosting me. And I've had the pleasure of listening to amazing speakers as I was waiting backstage. I've been so inspired by Helen's talk and Oliver's. Really happy to see a community builder gives such an awesome talk, and aware, of course, the leader in the community. So really great to hear all those other talks as well. And what an amazing event. And thank you so much for hosting me. So I'm going to do a bit of introduction on who I am and what I do here at AWS. And then I'm going to talk about what we have as offerings on AWS to help you discover generative AI. And before I go and talk about what we have on AWS, just a brief introduction again. I'm a senior developer advocate at AWS. I am part of the EMEA team. I'm the only one based in Africa. I'm based in South Africa, Johannesburg, but my entire team resides in Europe. So I have teammates in France, in the UK, and the bigger team, we have other teammates in Latin America and in America as well. And our VP actually sits in San Francisco in the US, and that's the person that all of us we then report to. So people always ask me what it is that I do as a developer advocate. I've seen that there's always been some misunderstanding or confusion of what I do. And I thought the best way to actually talk about what I do is to show you pictures and of what I do here at AWS. So as developer advocates, we are the technical voice at AWS that engages with the community. The community that we engage with, which is you, are technical people. So either you already are technical in what you do, or you're looking to be technical. My engagements are meant to be technical engagements where I help you build on AWS. So this is a YouTube channel that we have all developer advocates. So this will be all of us, the ones in Europe, the ones in the US. We have an AWS developers YouTube channel, and we create technical content, which we then share there. On this picture that we're looking at are just some of my teammates for the various content that we create and we post there for you to consume and learn how to build on AWS. What else do I do as a developer advocate? I'm one of only 7 people in all of Africa that are certified to speak to the press. AWS doesn't do things randomly. Not anyone can just do a media interview. You have to be someone who has gone through the PR, the public relations training at AWS. You've been prepared by public relations managers on a global scale before you can actually sit and talk to the press, because every time you engage with the media, you are representing AWS, and they want to make sure that you have the necessary preparation. So this year in August, we had the Johannesburg Summit, the AWS Summit here in Johannesburg. I'm sure some of you have heard about the summits that we host around the world. So this was the one that we had here in Johannesburg, and I was in the keynote this year where I gave a couple of demonstrations and demos. Some of them I'm going to show here today. And I was introducing 2 services on AWS Bedrock, Amazon Bedrock, and Amazon Q Developer. And after that, I got to engage in a series of media engagements where I was talking about the latest releases that we have on AWS that developers can actually leverage to build on AWS. And what else do I do as a developer advocate? Earlier this year, it was in May, I was so happy to visit Lagos, and we hosted a meetup, and we had various speakers. I was one of the speakers, and Wera was one of the speakers, and there were other speakers from AWS as well, where we talked about various topics related to AWS. It was really awesome for me to get to be there, and I hope to be back to Nigeria soon, or one of these days. So yeah, that was also what I do. I engage with the community and we talk about things related to AWS. And the last photo that shows what it is that I do here as a developer advocate, someone asked me last weekend, I was at a meetup, and someone asked me whether I write code. And yes, because my role is a technical role and my engagement is a technical engagement, I write code as well. In September this year, I was in London. We were hosting Generative AI Lofts. Lofts are like a series of meetups that we normally, when we are hosting a loft, it will run for an entire month, which is great because it means any time of that month you can pop in to the loft. There will be an event taking place, and you can listen to the various topics that are happening there. Actually, I missed meeting Awera for the first time in 2019. There was a loft here in Johannesburg, and Awera was one of the speakers. This was before I joined AWS. And I wanted to meet him there, but I kind of missed him by a few minutes. I didn't get to his talk, but that's what lofts are. They run throughout the month, and you can just pop in and listen to a talk. So I was one of the speakers at the loft in London, and I was doing a demonstration on how you can build an application on AWS using Amazon Q Developer, which is an AI coding companion that we have, but I'm going to talk about that later on. I think that's the last screen that I have that illustrates what I do. And now we're going to go and talk about the topic. I know that this has been a generative AI session, and you've heard a lot about generative AI. You've had the basics already about what is generative AI and what we can use that for. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about it. But generative AI is what helps you create new content and ideas, and you can create conversations, chatbots. People are using it a lot for that. You can create stories, images, videos, and music. It is powered by large language models, which are trained on all this data that you're finding on the internet. And then after they've done the training of those large language models, they then produce what's known as foundation models. And foundation models are then the foundation of generative AI. And people have asked, how is generative AI different to the machine learning that I used to know? And this is just a quick slide that shows what's different. With traditional machine learning, you had a simple input. and you got a simple output. As an example, because with machine learning, it is trained on something that it knows already. So a simple input could be you are uploading an image and you're asking the model, what is this image? And it will say it's a horse. It's already been trained to know what a horse looks like. So that's what simple input and simple output looks like. And then there is deep learning, which is a little bit more complex than machine learning. And that's where the training for machine learning actually takes place. And then we've got the foundation models that are behind generative AI. And here you have something complex, which is a prompt. We're going to look at that as well later on, and you're getting a complex output as well. And how do foundation models work? I've already touched on it, and I know you've had some of the other speakers talk about it. But with foundation models, you're taking all this data that is all over the internet, and you are training models, and you're getting out a foundation model out of that. So when people started to talk about generative AI, there was all this talk about prompts and prompt engineering. And I know there was, for some time, some discussions on the internet about whether is prompt engineering an actual role, that now you can become a prompt engineer. And we know what it's like when these new, I don't want to call it a fad, because I think this is going to hang around for a while. But when a new concept comes out, people are still trying to discuss it and understand what it's about. And prompt engineering is you using a prompt. A prompt is when you're entering text in natural language to get something out of a foundation model. So you're doing that to get a response out of a foundation model. And it is important because with a prompt, you are getting all this information that you're looking to get, or a response out of a foundation model, and you are targeting what you want. We're going to look at an example of a prompt, and with that, we'll see what it actually looks like and what I'm talking about. So when people talk about prompts, there are best practices, because you're talking to a foundation model, and it is important that you talk to it in a way that will get you back what you want from it. So there are best practices that are aligned to prompts. So when you do prompt engineering, using a prompt, these are the best practices. And while I'm here, I just want to clear that as well. There is no role called a prompt engineer, because no one is going to pay you just to sit and write prompts all day. But what does exist is prompt engineering as a skill set within what you do. So you're a software engineer, but you've got prompt engineering skill sets. So it's just a skill set, it's a tool of a few other things that you do already. So you need to be very, make sure that your prompt is clear and concise. So when you type it on, we've used ChatGPT, most of us, you are looking for various things. As you type that prompt, make sure that you're very clear and concise with it. And other best practices they talk about is making sure that you're including context, because it's a model, it's not a person. It can't reason at the level that we can. So sometimes you need to guide it somehow by including context. And some of the guidelines that we get is that if you have a very long thing that you want the foundation model to do for you, maybe consider breaking that up into mini prompts. But we're going to look at an example of what that looks like. So here is an example of a prompt. And someone has gone into ChatGPT or any other model they want to talk to, and they are going to give a paragraph, and they want the foundation model to tell them whether that paragraph is a positive, negative, or a neutral. The model is using what it knows from what it's seen on the internet about paragraphs that sound like that, and it's using that to decide whether it's a positive, negative, or a neutral paragraph. That's just an example of a prompt. A prompt is where someone just went and said, tell me the sentiment of the following headline, and categorize it as either positive, negative, and neutral. Remember earlier on, I said you can include context and you can include output as well. So that's what you're doing in this prompt. You're giving it context, and you are saying, categorize it as either positive, negative, or neutral. That's the output that you want. So you're giving it output as well. So now, moving on from, we're talking about prompts, and here at AWS, we launched earlier last year, we launched a service known as AWS PartyRock. PartyRock is where you can go create your own generative AI applications on AWS without writing any code. PartyRock, we designed it with the whole idea of giving you a platform where you can learn all about prompt engineering. So the idea is to build apps very quickly, and then you can engage with them using prompts. And that way you learn more about what prompt engineering actually looks like. It's a great place to start if you want to learn about prompt engineering. So that's just one of the services we have on AWS that helps you learn or engage with generative AI from an AWS standpoint. So you can scan that QR code and check it out later on and see what you build. And if you build anything with PartyRock, please share it on social media. I'm very much on LinkedIn, and tag me. Tag me when you build the app. And that's another thing that people always, when they're starting out their journeys, you did hear some lessons. I think Helen talked about it, the importance of building. So you don't just get certifications, but you actually build as well. And you talk about what you build. And then people will say they don't know what to build. So things like this are a good idea on how to start with building so that you can evidence to someone else what you can actually build and what you understand. So scan that QR code and then get started. And if you build anything, tag me on social media. So we have a generative AI stack, and I saw the other speaker as well already took you through the tools that we have on AWS that help you build with foundation models. And there is a service known as Amazon Bedrock. Amazon Bedrock lets you engage with the foundation models that you can use to build applications that have generative AI capabilities. So Amazon Bedrock lets you engage with these models using an API. We see Amazon Bedrock as a container on AWS for all kinds of models. The models that we have on Amazon Bedrock aren't only Amazon owned or Amazon trained models. We have models from all other service providers of models as well. So we've made Amazon Bedrock to be this container for foundation models. And we are always launching a model. We are always partnering with a new partner that has trained models, and we bring these models onto AWS because you are already on AWS, building on AWS, you already have your data residing on AWS. So you want to build generative AI applications on AWS. So we just bring these services, foundation models close to you there so that you can do that. And what we're looking at here are just some of the examples of the models that we have. We have some models from Meta. I saw a screen earlier on, so you've seen models from Mistral AI, from Amazon, some from Anthropic. We've got a big partnership with Anthropic, and we keep bringing their models onto AWS. And we are doing all of this because no one model is the ultimate model. You have your own use case. You have your one thing or one application that you want to build with generative AI, and there is not a single model that will suit all your use cases. So we have all these models that we have because there's not one model for everything that you want to do. And then next, we talk about Amazon Q Developer. We have another suite of services around the queue, but I'm going to focus on Amazon Q Developer because it is targeting the audience like you here at this event today. Amazon Q Developer is an AI coding companion that we have. It is involved at every part of your software development lifecycle. It helps you as a developer or an IT professional build and manage secure, scalable, and highly available applications. You can use Amazon Q Developer to write, to debug, to test, to optimize, and to upgrade your code a lot faster. And you can use Amazon Q Developer as well to engage or to interact with other services or capabilities that we have on AWS. I'm going to show you demos of this so you will see what it looks like. So that is Amazon Q Developer. And then what we're looking at is the last layer, which is where the infrastructure is for training models on AWS in case you want to train your own foundation models. But people tend to not do this because it's quite expensive. So people then come to the Amazon Bedrock layer and they engage there with models that we have already or that have already been trained. But this exists as an option if you want to go onto the level where you are training your own models. What I see happening is big companies like these. There was an announcement not too long ago. I want to go back because I want to show this. There was an announcement. Anthropic is partnering with AWS. They're going to now train their models on AWS. So they will be using this layer that I said is the infrastructure layer that someone like you and me normally won't engage here because it's too expensive to be here. So that's the stack of generative AI on AWS. Now, I talked about Amazon Q Developer. Amazon Q Developer you engage with in your IDE. So you've got your favorite IDE, VS Code or Visual Studio, your IntelliJ suite. You can install an extension of Amazon Q there, and that then allows you access to Amazon Q Developer. But I will share links later on where you can take a look and see what that looks like. Now I have a demo that I want to take you through because when we talk about Amazon Bedrock and Amazon Q Developer, it's best to have a demonstration. What we're going to be looking at is an application that is we are using Amazon Q Developer to build an application that has generative AI capabilities. And so that is engaging with Amazon Bedrock. So all these demos you're going to see the whole time, just think you're looking at both Amazon Bedrock and Amazon Q Developer. So now we're going to do some role playing, and that's what's going to help us walk through this demo and understand what it's about. So imagine you are a developer and you work for a pharmaceutical company. This pharmaceutical company does discovery and of pharmaceuticals. To do this discovery, and they have this research team. This research team relies on all these papers that they read, and they access these papers using a Java platform. The challenge is that these papers on this Java platform aren't really organized or categorized in a way that works very optimally for the research team. So they don't always get to find the papers that they need to do the research and the discovery of these pharmaceuticals that they need. The challenge is that this Java portal that they use is a bit outdated. So you are a developer working for this pharmaceutical company, and you've been hearing about generative AI, so you think this could solve the problem. So you're thinking that what you will do is to write a Lambda function that engages with Amazon Bedrock to do this categorization of these white papers. You will then connect this Lambda function to this existing old Java portal so that now this Java portal can be not so outdated anymore, a bit up to date. We'll do this categorization optimally for the service team. But now you new and you don't know generative AI very well. You've never written anything that engages with Amazon Bedrock before, so you don't know. So then you go onto your IDE, I've already said could be VS Code or Visual Studio, and you ask Amazon Q Developer there, how do I call a Titan Text Express model in Bedrock? Titan Text Express model is one of the models that we have in Bedrock. So you want to use that. You think maybe that's the best model for what you want to do. So you go and you just type in the chat, how do I call this model? Q Developer gets back to you with the code that you need to do that. It even gives you an explanation of what this code does. All you get to do is to press the inserted cursor button to copy the code across onto your application. Just like that, you have your first iteration of code. Using Amazon Q Developer, you didn't type a single line of code. Remember I said earlier on that there isn't one single model for everything. So you think maybe try out a different model. This time you're thinking to try the Claude V3 Sonnet model, and you're going to go back to the chat and ask, how do I call the Claude 3 Sonnet model in Bedrock? Bedrock, Q Developer again goes through the process and it gives you the code that you need for this. Again, explains what this code does. You now replace the code that you had before, again, just pressing the inserted cursor button to now have this new code copied across to your application. So that's that. You have your first iteration of code that will engage with Bedrock. Remember, you are looking to use generative AI so that you can summarize and categorize those papers for the research team. Then next, you're now in Lambda, and you need to make sure that your Lambda function can be called by your Java application. Remember, you said ultimately that's what you want to do. So now you're going to need a Lambda handler. You don't know how to write that. Again, in your IDE, using natural language, you just say, can I have a Lambda handler that uses Amazon Bedrock? And just like that, again, Q Developer gives you the Lambda handler that you need. So now that's your Lambda side of things finished. And remember, we said we want to update the Java application so that it can call the Lambda function. Now you're back, and now you are in your Java application. Your Java application is a bit outdated. You don't know Java. Let's say, as an example, you don't know Java. So now, how are you going to engage with it? Again, just in Q Developer in your IDE, you ask questions on what does this application do? Because now you need to know how you're actually going to engage with this application to fix it so that it does what you want. Just like that, again, you can ask Q Developer and it will tell you what you do. Q Developer will even tell you how to insert your new line of code that you want to use to call your Lambda function. Tell you even where to insert it in your Lambda function, in your old Java application. So now your Lambda function is done, your Java application updates are done, and you want to go back and test your Lambda function. So you go back to your console inside AWS and you start to test your Lambda function that you wrote earlier on. But as it starts to execute, it's giving you an error that you don't understand. We all know long ago, trying to troubleshoot code sometimes can take us a long time. You're going to Stack Overflow, you're calling your friends, you're going everywhere. But now here, you just press the troubleshoot with Amazon Q button, and it told you what the error is. It does an analysis of the code, and it will even help you resolve that issue if you press that help with the resolution. So now you're done. You have sorted out your Lambda function is already, your Java application is all updated as well. Now you have a console, that Java platform that does the summarization, the tagging, and even does the grouping categorization by date that you wanted to do. So you are done. So you could stop here because this is what you wanted to do when you started out. But you want to reset earlier on, you've just started out in this role. So you want to impress this research team as much as possible. And you are realizing that there have been all these other papers from before that have been sitting there that the research team has not been able to use optimally. So you want to make sure that these papers become relevant again and become usable by the team. You've heard of a concept known as RAG. RAG is retrieval augmented generation. It is a concept of generative AI. With RAG, you use your own data with generative AI. And what I've loved about RAG is that you really get to bring your own information to generative AI. So it makes generative AI very relevant to you. As an example, you can use RAG. Let's say you work for a bank and you have your own transaction types for the transactions that you allow your customers to do. Your transaction types are not going to be the same transaction type as another bank's transaction type. So the model is never going to give you what's really relevant to your own institution. So that's where you can use reg. Bring your own information and then that. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to those papers, and now you're going to use reg on AWS, which you can access using Amazon Bedrock knowledge bases. And but again, you are wanting to find out how you can actually use this, how you can write an application that now interacts with Amazon Bedrock knowledge bases. Knowledge bases is how you do reg on AWS. Again, you go and you ask Q developer in your IDE, how do I include a knowledge base for reg? And let's notice that you're using natural language here. How do I use it? And again, Q developer runs, gives you the code that you need, and even tells you what that code does. Now you update your application so that when you now do the response generation from your model, you also are using your own data, and this will be in the form of those papers that have been lying around. And that is how you can work with Amazon Bedrock and Amazon Q Developer on AWS, how you can build applications that have this. And so this is how you are discovering and using generative AI from an AWS standpoint. I've showed you AWS Party Rock. We've now looked at Bedrock and Amazon Q Developer. And this is the best place for you to start if you are new to AWS, new to generative AI, and you want to figure out where to actually go. So if you want to get used to building those applications, start at AWS Bedrock, and then you can move on to this part where you can now start writing code using Amazon Q Developer and engage with services like Bedrock and other services that we have on AWS. And I have a QR code for you to scan. They are, no, let's skip this. Just scan the first code, the first QR code that gets started with Amazon Bedrock. This will give you an overview of what Bedrock is and all the other features that we have on Bedrock. And the next screen that we're going to look at is, earlier on I showed that I was in London and I was building an app live in front of an audience using Amazon Q Developer. If you want to learn more what I actually built, you can scan this QR code. Here you will find a blog post that I wrote detailing what I built. And it will also show you, if you want to get started with Amazon Q Developer, how to actually get started with it, how to have install that extension that I talked about, and how to actually get started. So right now here at AWS, we have a hackathon on the go. This hackathon closes at the end of January. There are dollars on the table, so you want to participate in this hackathon. Scan this QR code to learn more about it, and you will get all the details when you scan this QR code. And I think in total it's about 150,000 US dollars. It's broken up into first prize, second prize, third prize. That's big money. I know it's big money for me. So just try it out, and you never know. And it's a great way also to get started with learning how to work with Amazon Q Developer and other services that we have on AWS. And that is me. Thank you so much. If you scan this QR code, you'll get my LinkedIn. If you do send me a connection, please make sure to include the note that says we met at this event, so that I can fast track you past all the other requests that I get. Please make sure to say that in the notes. Thank you so much. And that's it from me.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Thank you so much, man. That was an awesome session. We really got value from this session. We really got value. How many of us got value? Wave your hand, wave your hand, wave your hand. Let me see. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. AWS. Please, let's give another round of applause for her. Round of applause for her. Thank you. like she said, if you want to connect with her, you've gotten her full name, right? And then when you're sending the connection, leave a note that connected with her from this AWS event so she can be able to remember, oh, this person is coming from this event. I've talked about it before now. Connect. And don't just connect with typo errors. Connect. Connect with good. You understand? Yes. Mention professionalism. If you don't know how to write professional, I don't know how to write AI. Go to ChatGPT. Construct the sentence very well. Do you understand? All right. Thank you very much. It's a round of applause again. Now, I'm giving out $50 worth of voucher. And if you know you want to participate, raise your hand. Everybody. Because this session is just 2 minutes. 2 minutes, right? I'm going to pick people randomly. Because I like your face, I like your hair, I like your smile. So you don't be smiling. And then maybe I like your dress, you know, just randomly. If I touch you, just follow me. Just touch. Let's make it snappy because this is $50. $50, my love. You don't want $50. $50, $50 coming through, 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 coming through. $50, so $50. Please, let's be fast. Where are they? They don't want $50. Please come to the stage fast. All right, the 3 people have 3 questions. The first one is I'll bring you out so you don't have to. One. Okay, they said I'm not giving you $50, like $50 what this thing cash before you go back call. That's the correction I just got now. Please, it's not $50, so it's $50 worth of AWS voucher that you can spend on AWS what website. Do you understand? When you say come and meet me, Victory, you said that you give me $50. Yes, like $50. Please, let's be clear. Thank you. All right, so my question is very simple, but very 3 questions. Number 1, who are the organizers of this event? Very easy. Number 2, who was the keynote speaker for this event? Keynote speaker for this event. Then number 3, what is number 3 question that's ever just 3 of them now. Now $50 worth of voucher. Are you ready? Next question is SDN. I know of SDN. If you talk, I'll collect your lunch. That's the reason I'll pay you. The question is number 1, the organizers. Number 2, the speakers on the flyer. Then number 3, the keynote speaker. It's very easy. The number 1 question is SDN. The key host is Mr. Kenichi. The hero host is Mr. Kenichi. Okay, we have I don't know. Chukwuta. It's Chukwuta. And Mr. Ewere. Yeah. Okay. For the organizers, we have SDN, Spitzel Labs, AWS, and Mind the Gap. Then for the keynote speaker, I think it's the last person that's going to go here. All right, both of you go and sit down. So you now, you got two out of the three. So you have tried. So what do we give to her? Should we give it to her? If you say give us, those that want me to give her, say aye. A round of applause. $50 AWS worth of voucher to her. Thank you. All right. So before they say I did not do anything for you, airtime. I that's finished. I've not called this one before. I've mixed it up. 787 MTN. MTN 7879-1579-7855-12851. If nobody got, oh, awesome, congratulations. See, okay, guys, are we having fun? Because no winner time. How many of us have been here since 9 a.m.? Are you feeling that it's 9 a.m. that you have been here? It cannot be, this event cannot be boring. Not when women are here. AWS! Any event that there's women, forget it. Thank you, my sister. All right, so very quickly, because we are pressed of time and we are going to be rounding up this event very soon, unfortunately. We have to go, but then we have to do things very, very snappy. This next session. You will not believe what you believe. All right, so let's go. We are moving over to the syndicate session, building generative AI model on AWS platform, right? And we're going to be having somebody speak to us. And the speaker is not virtual. Like physical. Yes, so which one is having the speaker? Okay, this person is 12 times. Read my lips. 12 times AWS certified. So that means certification 12 from AWS. You get? Drop mic. Oh! All right. And he's also an AWS community builder. He's going to be speaking to us. Have you revealed himself? I already said he. He's going to be speaking to us on unleashing generative AI, enhancing AWS, SageMaker, and Amazon Bedrock for innovation. Even the topic itself is giving boom, 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 boom. All right. Your hands are not moving, and you can scream, and your mouth is not stuck. A round of applause as we welcome Onye Gucci Ehiwe. You can do better than that. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. 12 times AWS certified. Easy. It's easy job. 12 times AWS certified. Okay. Are we together? Are we excited? You're not excited like me. It's like my excitement. All your excitement put together is my own. Do you understand? Your excitement is small, atom, all of them put together, make up my own. That means my excitement is overshadowing all your excitement put together. Empowering women with AI. Okay, so sorry about that. We are trying to sort out. What we are trying to do is very, very important because but let me not what's the word now? Unveil the cats. Because this one is a secret. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. Nice to be here. It has been with all the speakers that have come before me. It's really wonderful. I'm happy to be here. Crowd is very good. Being here with you guys. So thank you for just to correct the introduction, I know she said I was an AWS community builder. Based on my busy schedule, I guess, yeah, I've not been that for a few months, but hopefully I'll get back to that. We might have been getting AWS community builder a lot during this session. Basically, it's a group of individuals who are recognized by using content that are educative to other people. So, such a community because Helen also talked about having a community that will build you, that will help you doing your best. So yeah, just added needed to add some context to that. Today the slide up. I'll be yeah, I'll be writing up on basically what the past speakers have said and talking about the AWS services that provide generative AI solutions for anyone who wants to build such solutions. I'll be primarily focused on Bedrock and the set so that the slide will come up. But I basically built mini application that will let you guys understand how you can also use these analytics to build something curated to your specific needs. You know, we've been talking about AI. Sometimes it might fly over your head. You might feel like it's something you cannot do, but you can actually use it. It's not hard. It's there. It's there for you to use. And anyone who wants to drive that drive, the information is out there, the internet is there. Ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT will help you. You can still use the Q developer that our senior developer advocate showed us now. It will also help you building whatever solution you want. You know, nothing is beyond your reach at this point. Anything is possible. Slide is we're waiting for the slide to come up. I'll speak a little bit about myself. I'm a UG Valentine anyway. I've been in the industry for about 5 to 6 years. Most of the people who have spoken here today have followed their journey. They've also inspired me. I know Helen. I think I've talked with Helen earlier on in her career when she started out. And I've watched her journey through it. And that's someone I'm happy to know. And yeah, I've also seen a lot of people have their own different stories on how they got into the industry. Like Helen said, you must not follow her journey. The journey is going to be different. The way you get to your destination is different, which you got to hers, right? The only thing is you have to keep moving one step at a time, one leg forward every day. It's not going to be easy. Like from my story, you can see that it wasn't easy. But on those bad days, just remember the wins you reach and just keep moving forward. And having a mentor is important. Or just someone you can ask questions. You don't have to do it on your own. The world is smaller because of the internet. Nobody's above your age. Nobody's you can talk to people, ask them questions. If they don't answer, you find somebody else that will answer you. So ask questions. Just say that you also
was what what is that Igwe wants to show us is very, very important. That's why we are breaking legs. I'm bringing down mountains to ensure that you understand. So let's have a little patience, right? Every so while we are waiting, let me give somebody $25. Should I? Do I have a permission? Okay. Speaker has given me permission. So I'll say $5 now. That'll be like victory. Where's my $5? Okay. I'm not going to ask question. Ask. I want to play a game. Change story. Valentine, right? The change story. Also, change story. So I'm going to pick this first row. Are you ready for the game? Picking now. If you get how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so I'll choose 4. I know. Wait, calm down. The game said you're not going to ask me what is the game. I'm here. Because the way I'm so sure that they'll pay, but I'm not saying that they'll pay. Okay, but they will not pay. People will not pay. Not like that. I have confidence in you. You guys are 10 minutes, right? That's why you're sitting in front, so you're not pay. So the change story. You start the story. When you say once upon a time, you have to continue the story of the word, the last letter of the word, of the last word. Even the game service was the last letter of the last word. It's clear, right? The last letter. Okay. Awesome. So we have the slides up now. Awesome. So you know the game already. Continue from there. AWS. AWS. Empowering women in AI.
All right. Sorry about the delay. So I'll be using we'll talk about generative AI. But I'd like to be able to open my system. That's slides. Slide share the chat box that I created for this section. Just for you to understand. So yeah, you can bring the slide. So the title of this foundation that I stage maker. So first of all, I'll talk about understanding AI. AWS. I'll also talk about the AWS solutions for internet. Any kind of such as Amazon Bedrock. exploring AWS SageMaker, exploring AWS. Next slide, please. It's a type of artificial intelligence that creates new content by learning from patterns in existing data. We've already heard this many times today from our previous speakers. Generative AI creating new content already existing data. So this is something. Key features. Innovative content creation, pattern recognition. Examples, we have text generation, image synthesis, code generation. See generative AI being able to create content. We have a lot of adverts or ads coming up now that AI is able to generate new content for adverts, is able to create new music, is able to create new ads. There are a lot of lawsuits currently in relation to that. But yeah, AI definitely can do this. Sometimes even better. It's like solutions for this talk specifically because the SageMaker. SageMaker, it allows you you've read about it. To build your own model, about being able to test your model. And like we heard earlier from our senior developer advocate, she said it's expensive training your own model, and the pattern now is to build your model to add more using brag, you can pass it new knowledge bases into foundation that allows you. So is it to work with already existing foundation? So using SageMaker typically do a lot. This allows you to iterate continuously until you get to what you're looking for. So it's a service that gives you access to already existing models. It's like Amazon. Models available. Just play around and test them out and see if it's your use case. I think there was a slide that came up and said no one model fits. So you can just test one. Yeah, I just talked about Sage. Fast. This machine learning life cycle. So data. It's a cycle that is continuous. Progress you have to continue until you get to the time. Bedrock, like I said, so it's a stable of we test it out of time. It's like how to generate some of these so you develop have use cases. We have into every data. So basically, how that person is. Your lessons are curated specifically for you. Because right then, you don't need specialized. So some applications are able to do ways of style. That's not a school back. Teacher doesn't know style. Where everybody has so yeah, this was I was able to use the chatbots. So what I did was so what literally it does for you is just pass extra information to the foundation model does information about your information about your said earlier that some of the models are biased because they integrate into information specific to our account. So you could basically give one of the models integrate on data and capacity currently I actually this one or within knowledge bases as that into the model. Model is aware. So that's why so that is how models get information that is able to address when it comes to business management, answer any prompt how much is built, how much for that's this information. What is able to do what so this is what we want to build capacity implementation from the EC2 service and it was able to take that data and it answers questions specific to the EC2 service. I wish I had time to curate a better. I would have liked to curate a better that it's all of us and something more to us. So passing in this knowledge is what was able to what the model was able to answer questions specific to the service. Also hosted it online. So everyone share it so that everyone is basically able to go to that site and just play around with it and answer sensible response. You can start your journey into generative AI on AWS. Yes. Talk earlier about credits and some of the initiatives of startups while building on credits to test out whatever you're doing to ensure that this is what you need. So nothing should stop anyone from testing out these services. I would have liked So, answer to us. Is the world. The world is smaller, like I said. AI has built startups out of nothing, just based off an idea, and AI was able to build everything. So nothing is small thing. Right?
If I were you, I'll be giving a standing ovation. Actually. Please, a round of applause. A round of applause. A round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Okay. So very quickly, in 3 seconds, ask this question. Answer me in 3 seconds. Just raise your hand. What year was AWS launched? Raise your hand. 1942. They are checking their phone. That one is out. $25 worth of voucher. AWS voucher gone. Which AWS service is used for storing data in the cloud? It's only me that is raising my hand. Amazon. Next question, go. Time done. You get the points now. They have used their chat GPT and generative AI. Name one generative AI tool or service from AWS. AWS Bedrock. Now, should we give her a round of applause? You won yourself a $25 worth of voucher. Please, a round of applause. Is that how you clap for $25 worth of voucher winner? All right, so moving on. We're going to quickly call the next speaker. The next speaker. Are you tired? Tired, care. You cannot be tired though, because guess what? Lunch is by the corner. That's why you're still waiting. And I still have $50 voucher. Eh? Nice. I like the idea. I buy it. She said our lunch will be the next speaker. Now you have a good sense of humor. So very quickly, I'm going to be calling on, still on the syndicate session of building generative AI model for AWS platform. Let's give a rolling round of applause as we call another AWS community builder and software engineer, to speak on building generative AI application for AWS and Amplify. A round of applause as we welcome Kenneth Aladi. Keep clapping, keep clapping.
Hi, everybody. Okay, I get that all of us are tired. Yeah, yeah. And that's why I came up without my laptop. Besides, I'm not with laptop. Yeah. So, what we're going to do is, I'm supposed to. We're supposed to also build something, but apparently, I noticed something, and I decided to change my mind. Yeah. And what I noticed is that what I'm hearing differently, and one has not even made sense, and we're hearing another one. So we are going to do something. Yeah. One thing I make sure about is any event I attend or any event I talk, I make sure that everybody gets one thing while going. Because if you go to a party, yeah, there is one thing you're expecting, which is item obvious. So now, this is not a party. This is supposed to be a tech event. Yeah. So I want you to, when you go home, tell somebody something that will scatter the person's brain. You understand? Just the same way almost everything we're saying here, or they've been saying here, other speakers have been saying is looking like it's catching your brain. So we're going to learn one thing that you're going to use to scatter another person's brain. Is that a good? Okay, so let's do this. Yeah. I know we are all tired because I guess after me we're going to. So who knows what is the meaning of AWS? Who knows what is the meaning of the services at the end? You say AWS means Amazon Web Services, right? What is the meaning of that services at the end? Are you seeing where the problem is? Servicing means you see, that's the point. So let's understand what that services means, right? So Amazon Web Services is like a collection of services, right? That is under Amazon. You understand? Amazon as a company does different things, right? So Amazon has like Amazon e-commerce store. We all know about that one, right? So, but now this is a different branch of Amazon, yeah, and that's called Amazon Web Services. So now, when you hear the word Amazon Web Services, you should be able to explain those services at the end. Now, another question: who can tell me 4 Amazon services that you heard today? Yes, 4 Amazon Web Services. That services at the end. Who can tell me 4 of it that you heard today? You know one. Okay, what's the one? Yeah, Amazon platforms. Can we clap for her, please? Okay, so see the point here, yeah. What I want us to do, or what I am trying to make sure that we all understand these days, yeah. When you go home, or when you someone, when you hear the word AWS, yeah, you can be able to stand strong and explain the word AWS. Then from there we go to the word AI. Because we'll be hearing generative AI, generative AI, generative AI. We know what generative AI is.
Generative AI is an artificial intelligence that is capable of
please. Okay. So this is the point here. You attended an event that is called Empowering Women in AI, Discovering Generative AI from an AWS standpoint. So what I'm going to do for us now is to join the world generative AI AWS together. And that is, if you understand this one now, right? You have had it. Forget the rights, forget it. Understanding these two things, yeah, is going to make you very happy and very fulfilled that you have achieved a lot from here. Your transport or whatever it's not going to be. Yeah. So now we are talking about services, then we went to AI. So one of the services that was mentioned by someone is AWS CloudFront, right? And I'm sure that when some of our speakers were speaking, especially Valentine, he mentioned Bedrock. Doesn't mean that it doesn't mean the bed to the rock. You understand? So one thing you have to do is this. Everything in AWS, everything in cloud, when you get cloud is a generative word, right? So when you come to cloud, you see Microsoft Azure, you see Google Cloud Platform, that's GCP. Then you now see AWS, right? So cloud is the generative name. You understand? Now, inside that generative name, we are talking about AWS, right? And then inside that AWS, there is an S at the end of it. And that S means services. Now, inside that services, it means that there is a lot of services that makes up AWS. You understand? One of the services, which was supposed to be the topic I was supposed to talk about, is Amplify. You understand? So Amplify has its own work. It helps build like yeah, actually stream. I don't think we need this because, because I just noticed that a lot of people are not doing it. So like the Amplify is like one of the services in AWS, right? So now, if I say give me 4 services from AWS, right, that we've heard today. Number one is Bedrock. We've heard Bedrock, right? We've actually heard Bedrock from 3 different speakers, right? So Bedrock is one of AWS services. Now, the question you ask yourself is, what does Amazon service called Bedrock? That's the first question you ask yourself. And now, this is where whatever it is you are holding in your hand, just leave for. It's going to come clear of help. I don't want to go deep details into explaining it, but if you make conscious efforts to research about something, you're going to learn that. That's the secret of it. You understand? If I tell you now what Bedrock means to enter here, obvious. You understand? But if you pick up your phone and type AWS Bedrock, that is you making an effort to type Bedrock together and search about it. Whatever it is you read, take minutes. You understand? Number 2 services from AWS services is what? Amplify. Now, I want you to, if you have a jotting pen or if you have your phone, obviously you can type it. And then when you get home, sit down, research about these services. Are we here? Another service that we talked about here is all of us are seeing the word Amazon Q, right? All of us saw Amazon Q. Does anybody even know what Amazon Q? We were watching the presentation and seeing Amazon Q doing something. But do we all know what ChatGPT is? And we all use ChatGPT. So Amazon Q is like the ChatGPT of AWS. Does it make sense? That is like the ChatGPT of AWS. But just like the last speaker said, some of these AI services are tailored to a particular information based on the data fed to it. Do you understand? So now, if I am going to Amazon Q and I'm typing, what should I eat this night? Does it make sense? Because this is an Amazon web service that is tailored to service anything that has to do with Amazon web service. You understand? So now, for instance, I said, go home, research about Amazon Bedrock, right? AWS Bedrock, right? If you go to Amazon Q and tell Amazon Q, give me a detailed explanation about AWS Bedrock. Anything that you why? Because AWS, Amazon Q is trained to have that. Are we clear? Now, that's the third service, right? I said we are going to learn fourth service. So now, SageMaker. SageMaker. Okay, somebody said something else. Cloud. Let's explain cloud. When you hear the word cloud, it's not this cloud you are seeing. It is something that you cannot see, something that you cannot touch, or something that you can make use of. It's like this. We know that there are softwares that you can use. There are softwares I can use to operate my laptop while I'm here on my phone, right? So those things are communicating. How do they communicate? They use cloud, but they use that idea of cloud. You understand? So the whole concept is when you get cloud, it's something that somewhere, just like when our speaker Kelechi was explaining, he said that AWS, Amazon Web Services, is it's like it has a group of services, more or less like there are different servers, right? There's a house that hosts a lot of servers, and we can be able to communicate with that server from our system, right? So are we putting on everything together now? Is it making sense? So now your system that you're using to communicate with that, you actually communicate. So if you have a server in your house and you can be able to communicate with that server in your house, from this place, you are actually communicating. That's what it means. Remotely communicating with something or having your data somewhere. So we use the word cloud to give you an imagination that okay, it's somewhere up, right? Somewhere up, we can access. So that's the meaning of cloud. Now we talked about SageMaker, right? SageMaker is also an AWS service. Are we there? So now you see that while we are here in this very place, we talked about four and more AWS services, right? So all these things we are seeing, all the words we're hearing about today, is all centering on something. It means that which is services that we order, which is like SageMaker, which is like Bedrock, which is like CloudFront, which is like Amplify. You can be able to use it to build out creative here. I asked the question, what do you understand by this? And somebody answered, it's in form of generating content like videos, images, and text, right? That are specific to what you ask. You cannot come to ChatGPT, for instance, and ask you, how many of you know that you can train it? You can actually train it. Just the same way you can train whatever it is that you are using that is like, right? One of the slides, one of the speakers said about we creating chat, right? What they know, also like big right? But now it's different interface that will still connect with, right? Which is, but the point I'm trying to get you to understand now see companies deciding that, okay, from now on, we want to have something called a chatbot in our website, right? So in that website, when you go to that website, you can search for any. If I ask the website in question, FAQ these days are coming from chatbots, right? So it means that you can create things that are data to your website. You understand? I guess that's what I'm saying.
You can do better than that. This excitement. Some people are doing a hair. That's feeling. Some of hair. That's what I'm just feeling. Some people are just nodding their head. I told you that in this event, number 1, you are 2. Number 2, you are 2. Number 3, you are 2. Eh? Yes, the fourth one that we added is what? Are we achieving all of them? So how many persons have we connected? So there's a networking session after the event has ended. So make sure you connect. Really? Okay, so we'll take the questions after. Questions? His name Kenneth. Mr. Kenneth Aladi, yes. So check it on LinkedIn. Remember what I told you guys now? Connect on LinkedIn, check everywhere. Yes, sir. All right. So, guess what? Who can guess? We are entering into the final. Like after this person is finished talking. Just go home. No, will you go home? You will eat lunch now before you go. Do we know what the time is? I don't think you even check your time. What's there? Which time? Which should okay, your choose. Okay, that's fine. So you have everything. Now guess what? I know that nobody will go, but let me just say it. In this event, it's next to end. I know that you won't go, but I'm just telling you. It's like say, because we dance, for those of us that will go out to dancing competition. If it's next to the end of this event, you stand the chance of winning $50 worth of voucher without doing anything. I'm not whining you. Come here. Wait. How many people be here? Only 3 people. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not no problem. Somebody put on the anointing there. And she cut it. Just like that. Just like that. Yeah. Should I talk another one? This one needs to be like this. They'll just fall. Okay, now, guess what? The person that is going to receive this mic from me. That's the person that will That's fine. Although it's sad for us to go. But this person now, if I were you, I would climb on top chair to listen. You understand what I mean? Don't understand. Because this person is sessions in one. In fact, 3 sessions in one. So he's going to be talking about, he's going to do a workshop summary and agenda setting on futuristic consideration, right? And he's also going to be talking about how many of us want to join the AWS user group in Nigeria? Yeah? AWS user group in Nigeria. How many of us want to join? Okay, you go voucher and not join. If you are missing out. Okay. So how many organizers do we have? Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. So the best organizer, have we heard from them? The best we just mentioned, have we heard from them? Has any SDN? Which person? Okay. What's the person's name? Caleb Dove. I was moved to give voucher, but I think the spirit just went back. Okay. Give it back off my spirit. I'm not giving it again. So now we are going to be listening to somebody from one of our organizers, which is SDA. With a resounding round of applause. When I said you're not even clapping, I'll take your lunch. I'll eat for everybody that is not clapping. Please welcome Mr. John who promised a round of applause.
The energy is powerful. Thanks for that. We've had a long day, and I'm excited as you all are, because during the orientations that we had for trainings, said we were going to go in sessions like this, so that you can continue to be in tech space, jobs, and build the generative AIs, So that's, can you please put your hands together for this? So quickly, I'm just going to speak about other set out because we understood that there's a gap in tech space and tech, and if we observe today somehow, so we want to close that gap. We want to see all of you on the stage, to talk to people, train, do all these conversations we're having. And so we have trained about 1,000. It's a lot. In fact, monitoring last month, we were so excited. So of course we were there during that hangout. The expert was like, to skills. So I want to encourage every one of you who have participated in this trip, who are also following up with all our E2S activities on the Telegram platform. Whenever you call for trainings like them, host trainings like this. It's for you to learn more. It's for you to build capacity. It's for you to be able to scale up your jobs, able to showcase yourself out there to do great things. So there's something that we rounded up with last month. So challenge where we have to research and studies some of you laptops tend to announce this month, yeah. So that research work is aimed at policy that guides tech in Nigeria because it's not enough for us to just have this tech training policy that guides tech in city. It should just be one part because government is not going to support. Also encourage other organizations like to continue to have more women in organizations. We still have to contribute to the system. So that is the essence of the policy. So and then we're having roundtables. We have done one in the outside, we have done one in Bayelsa. We want the government to support having a tech ICT policy, whereby when there's a tech policy, girls and women are more encouraged to go into tech and also work match toe to toe with their male counterparts. It's very, very important. Also, tired. So, my closing thoughts and call to our actions. AI and digital power to issue societies. Inclusive to achieve. They're committed to women active participants in this digital. Together we will be truly where the voices and talents of and contributions of you all be brighter and more society. So in closing, I want to still encourage everyone to train so I just have an opportunity to stick down this. And what that intention means is that you have an opportunity to work very top level. So still giving the best and very much to this.
See, you need to clap. Not because how many of us are trained by SDN here? Can you imagine? Please clap for yourself. Wow, amazing work that SDN is doing. See, almost 70% of raise your hand again. Wow, I hope people online are seeing this. This is just a product of what SDN is doing. I mean, I'm a proud SDNite, something like that. Do you understand? Wow. SDNites, are we here? The entire house. SDNites, oh yeah. Awesome, awesome. All right, so let's quickly. Yeah, quickly. The this one now is quickly. We are going to be calling on calling on her. See, if I don't call this person there, they will not call this place, not go. So please, just, I will not say this particular one, this is where you get to do the call to action. Everybody say call to action. Do we have digital marketers out there? You understand what I mean? If you don't take this action now, you just come for event then, but you not take a particular action. I'm going to be calling on the convener, Mind the Tech Gap Initiative, and the COO of Spital Labs.
101.
With a standing ovation. We are sitting in that.
Yeah, 001. 001.
No, it's 002. 002. 002.
Who's that?
Who's that? Who goes there?
002.
Sound of it. I want me to show.
High five.
Make me know the vibe. I don't want to sleep alone. Wanna hold
Woo! A round of applause for Mr. Kenneth Mokoro.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll ask to speak on workshop summary next step. So, just passing on. I want you all to join AWS User Nigeria at AWS Nigeria User ANUG. Intention is to raise tech leaders. That's the intention. So leaders, tech Secondly, workshop, but it's things. So we created AI for men before. So all of this was more like on that forum, they're going to have, I mean, conversation that let's say are you had something all of the conversations that we're having from sorry, Kelechi, Love, Alicia, and all of this, these are all buzzwords that we can and instead of simplified it. So that's the kind of conversation we're going to be having on that Gen AI forum for women platform. So if you're happy about it, please let me know at the back of the hall, scan it to join the group. Another thing that happens, yes, so that one is with me, is forum for women. Also, it's not everybody. It's not more interesting. It's not more interesting. It's not more interesting. Like I mentioned, there's going to be loads of mentorship. One of the things that you met today, that is that and then also below that, giving us experts know advice and information every now and then. Basis, by basis, fortnight basis, something like that. And of course, there are all sorts of things that happen there. Then there's also mentorship, handheld coaching and mentorship. So we assign you then to mentor. So I mean, imagine if you have been mentored by my younger brother, which is my and it's showing you and holding you through the conversation of building a chatbot. I know what that means, building a chatbot, doing all of those things on AWS SageMaker or AWS Bedrock. Yeah, but you have someone like Kelechi, for example, take you all of the things about infrastructure. AWS infrastructure, you know them. Or you have someone like Helen, talking you through and Johnny, and Helen was meant to be here physically. But her ticket was cancelled by the airline operating today, shamefully. Okay, so what they have been trying to get an because she was holding, she was around about 12 flights. So what? Helen's flight, I think that's about 7 o'clock. At 12, she was so you can imagine if you have this an association with someone like that, you know, then you also have to think this is which is online. So we're hoping to have a mini hackathon. All of you with all of your ideas, business ideas, emails, all of these things. To ask very short, please give us 2 seconds, 2 weeks, weeks, months to build your ideas. Stage. What are you talking about? Where you charge something like that. So that you can pick up like this and you feel the Sabbath, come back and look at it. So, okay. Take that out and like say, cheers. Because
Hi. Hi, Kenneth. Hi, Ken. Can you hear me? The volume is rather poor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Hi, ladies. I know it's been a long day, so I'm not going to take much of your time. But the charge that I'm going to give to you as women is the fact that when it comes to the AI space, women are underrepresented. I do not necessarily believe that it's because men have intentionally kicked us out of the AI space. But in the course of my over 10 years work in encouraging young girls and women to go into the tech space, one of the major challenges that my organization, Keeping It Real Foundation, has experienced is the reluctance of women to go into the tech space. I'm not even talking about AI, machine learning, and all that. And I know that organizations like Spito Lab, SDN, so many organizations have been working really hard to ensure that, the gender parity or equality in the AI space or in the tech space is reduced. And nobody can do it for us except we, the women ourselves. With 29% representation in the tech space, that's really poor. And there are lots of opportunities, huge opportunities for women in the tech space. And so let's this workshop or seminar not be just one of those that you just come for. I think the previous speaker before Uncle Ken came up, who tried to simplify all the things that we have been hearing in the course of this event. And my sincere prayer and charge to you is that as young women who are at the precipice of history, because we don't have too many women in this space, which means that the competition here is not very high. and you stand as a vantage point to ensure that, you come in not as an underdog, but as somebody who has the same skills, if not better skills, than your male counterparts. Not that you're competing with them, but we will not continue to hear this narrative that women are underrepresented in the tech space, or whether we're talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, and all of that. We won't have to continue hearing the narrative that women are underrepresented. If every young lady in the hall right now makes up their minds to become a role model to that little girl who is contemplating going into the tech space, I'm sure that gradually and intentionally, we're going to close up the gender inequality in the tech space. And so I don't have much to say because, in terms of the technical aspects, the speakers have done a fantastic job. I was privileged to listen to the AWS speaker, and it was quite um, well, my volume is okay here. I think the problem is from your own end. Can you hear me now? Hello? Can you hear me? I'm actually rounding up. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello? Mayana, I can see you waving at me. And I can see Uncle Ken. Okay, yes. So I'm rounding up, and like I said, my charge is to every young lady there. Don't become a serial trainee in the tech space. Embrace it, forge a career path, and know that a whole generation of young ladies are waiting on you to be their champion. Thank you, and go out there and prove that, women can actually earn their space, because I don't want us to think that people should continue to give us handouts. That's not what it's about. Go there and earn your space so that whenever you are called, you're bringing the same value or even better value to the table. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best. God bless you.
Thank you, sis. Thank you so much. What's this? That's right. Oh yeah. So how to take a group picture? Also, so just quickly file out. Yes.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for. Okay. And a round of applause for. Please, a round of applause for that charge. Yes, that's my mentor. So now how many of you enjoyed this event? So people are not raising up their hand. You are trying my patience. Whether you enjoyed the event or not, you must say that you enjoyed the event. Because if you don't say it, I'll personally take your rights. Who said that? Your rights, I'll take it. All right, so this is how we'll do it. Order of photograph. So we'll have picture of the speaker alone, then pictures of the speakers with organizers in front of the stage. So then after then, we'll have pictures of some participants, because not everybody comes to the stage. Then we have a backdrop pictures at the backdrop. Are we together? You understand? So let's have DJ. Let's have pictures of speakers now. All right. This is your moment. Photographer, where are you now? Photographer, don't look. Yes, yeah, we have one more speaker. I will talk to us about how to live a healthy life. Are you already living a healthy life? Okay, that means I'll tell the speaker to go. Oh, I can dance. So people are listening downstairs. There's online speakers now. They turn on online speakers, turn on their camera for their pictures. Organizers, if you have an organizer tag, now is your moment. Mr. Austin, I'm Mary, next time out. Uncle Lisa, next time out. Hey, now. Yeah, the organizers now. Everybody come out now. Hey, oh, my people should have graphics like you. Hey. Organizers, fine. For your photo, come on, let's snap you. You have tried. See right. Okay, so now it's time to dance our piano. We'll take pictures outside too. Okay, picture outside. Now is your time to connect. Now is the time to ask that girl by your side, what do you do for a living? Ask that girl by your side, what do you do for a living? What is your favorite color? What is your favorite food? I would like to connect with you. Everybody, let's go outside and snap picture. Follow me, follow me, follow me. If you are not dancing, remain here. Only people that are dancing, follow my step like this, like this. We are going outside to snap picture. Girls only. If you are not fine, sit down. And the ugly ones are sitting down. We are going outside to snap picture. Only. Who get that fine taxi? Outside. Fine taxi, they go outside. The only fine taxi, they go outside. Ugly ones, they sit down. They press phone. Ugly ones, they sit down. They press phone. Fine girls, they go outside. They snap picture. Protect your girl. Snap picture. Finish. You come inside.